Chapter 353. Above the gates of the thousand-beast city. A crimson tornado dyed the sky red, and the surrounding air was terrifyingly hot. The ultimate strike of a king-level master, even the heavens and earth would change color. Bang bang. Sounds of bombardment could be heard from within the tornado. Every time a sound rang out, a part of the wind wall would become much dimmer. In the end, huge golden fists smashed the scarlet tornadoes into the sky. The golden fist was more than 3 meters wide, and every punch was powerful enough to destroy rocks and split the earth. As the crimson tornado dissipated, the Zhao family elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was already at the peak of the king level, using such a powerful strike had drained his body. The young man, who looked like a golden god of war, did not stop there. His golden fist blasted toward the elder of the Zhao clan courageously. The Zhao family elder suppressed his injuries and hurriedly swung his sword to meet the attack. Break! Ling Zhao's golden fist smashed onto the sword. He roared, his voice like thunder, and his aura shook the heavens. Ding! The fist and the sword clashed, and the sound was deafening. The sword cracked open, and the fist smashed into the sword again. His golden fists were like the toughest weapons, and each of his punches cracked the broadsword. In the end, the Tier 4 low-grade broadsword was smashed into pieces. The spectators were all shocked to the point that their eyes went numb. How is this possible? His fist is comparable to a top-grade profound weapon? This young man must have trained in the fist force, or his fist would not be so hard. Even the metal attribute would not be so strong. It's too scary. Even a peak king-level master could not suppress him. Unless the three families attack at the same time, or an ancestor figure, then he can be taken down. With such power, no wonder he can challenge the rules of the thousand-beast city. In the face of power, everything else is meaningless. Impossible. Even if you have practiced boxing since you were young, it is impossible to take on a 4th-level profound weapon. The Zhao family elder roared. The 4th-order saber in his hand could even kill an Earth Sovereign Realm expert. Yet, it was shattered by a pair of golden fists right before his eyes. How could he accept this? As if possessed, he blasted out a palm of flames towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not plan to continue playing, because he had already sensed several powerful auras flying in his direction. He took natural steps and instantly appeared behind the Zhao family elder. His golden fist directly punched towards the Zhao family elder's back. This golden fist could even shatter a Xian artifact, so how could this Zhao family elder withstand it? Thief, how dare you! A shocking roar came from not far away, and a golden palm print broke through the air and attacked. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face. His fist directly penetrated the Zhao family elder's back. With a flick of his hand, he used the Zhao family elder's body to meet the golden palm print. Rumble. The Zhao family elder's body immediately turned into a mist of blood and dissipated. How dare you kill someone from my Zhao family? Today, I'll definitely have you cut to pieces by 10,000 swords. A golden figure quickly approached, giving off a heaven-toppling fury. It was the Zhao family's 3rd elder, Zhao Qinglai. His strength was close to the peak of the king level, and he was one of the Zhao family's top experts. Zhao Qinglai had just stopped when a few more sounds of wind breaking rang out. 4 figures stood behind Zhao Qinglai. All of them were old men close to 100 years old, looking to be in their 50s or 60s. Their cultivation levels ranged from low to mid-level king level. These 4 people were also Zhao family elders. The 5 people from the Zhao family had just stopped when another few figures appeared beside the 5 of them. These 5 people were from another faction, the Huang family. The leader was a tall and skinny old man who was also a high-level king-level expert. His body was surrounded by an emerald green light, as if filled with endless vitality. Huang Xiaoyan's status was not lower than Zhao Qinglai's. He was the Huang family's patriarch's younger brother. He specialized in the wood attribute and was the most promising person in the Huang family to break through to the Earth Emperor level. The people from these two families were the Thousand Beast City's protectors. If anyone dared to engage in a battle within the Thousand Beast City, they were allowed to capture and kill them. Ever since several decades ago, an elder of the River Dark clan had been killed outside the city and his head hung above the city gates. They could not even remember how many years it had been since anyone had dared to cause trouble in the Thousand Beast City. And now, a young man of only 20 years of age had broken the Thousand Beast City's rules and killed 4 Zhao family elders one by one. Such an act was undoubtedly a blatant slap to the faces of the 3 powerful factions. The Zhao and Huang families' enforcement elders are here. Looks like this young man will not be able to escape death. That's hard to say. Look at that young man's unwavering will to fight, and he seems to be fearless. I'm afraid his background is not to be underestimated. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge the rules set down by the 3 powerful factions? If this young man escapes today, then the 3 powerful factions will not be able to keep their faces. Stop arguing. Let's see how that young man deals with this. Zhao Qinglai stared fixedly at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Where did this little thief come from? You dare to commit murder in the Thousand Beast City? I will execute you on the spot." Upon saying that, Zhao Qinglai's palms morphed into 2 brilliant golden eagle claws that clawed towards Ling Xiao's head. Humph, trying to kill someone without distinguishing between right and wrong? Do you think I'm a pushover? Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was still raging, the spirit power in his body seemingly inexhaustible. He coldly snorted and bluntly smashed the eagle claw with a punch. Zhao Qinglai's expression changed and he did not dare to be careless. A pair of golden eagle hooks appeared in his palms, glowing brilliantly. The hooks' shadows flew in all directions, sharp as blades. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless anymore. With such a powerful enemy before him, he had to end the battle quickly. He pushed his unparalleled speed to the limit, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, the eagle hooks unable to harm him in the slightest. He seized the opportunity in that instant and his golden fist struck out once again, striking the side of Zhao Qinglai's body. Zhao Qinglai was not impaled to death like the previous person, but was sent flying violently. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He's actually wearing a high-grade defensive armor. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. An elderly man from the Zhao family saw that Zhao Qinglai was at a disadvantage and he immediately shouted. He took the lead to swing his sword at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The others quickly drew out their weapons and a brilliant wave of spirit energy attacks surrounded Ling Xiao. After a series of explosions, the figure of the young man disappeared without a trace. No one dares to challenge the rules of the Thousand Beast City, not even the people from the 7 sects themselves. Zhao Qinglai saw that Ling Xiao had disappeared and he thought that he must be dead and he immediately broke out in laughter. At that moment, the Huang family's Huang Xiaoyan's eyes creased up and he raised his head to shout, "He's not dead." He saw Ling Xiao looking down from above, his brows creased up slightly and his formless spirit energy morphed into the shape of the ice and fire sword, slashing towards Zhao Qinglai's consciousness. Pfft! Zhao Qinglai's laughter had not stopped when his head exploded and he died. When the mid-stage king stage cultivator from the Zhao family had died, no one had noticed it. But now, the people around them had clearly seen this strange and terrifying scene. Taking a person's head without a sound. Such a shocking method, only a heavenly revered cultivator and above would be able to do such a thing. And this young man before them was obviously just a king stage cultivator. How did he do it? One of the Zhao family's elders cried out, He knows demonic arts. Join forces and kill him." Another elder of the Zhao family was more composed and he roared loudly. His entire body glowed brightly and the heaven-piercing silver lord blasted towards Ling Xiao. The other elders of the Zhao family also unleashed their killing moves. Suddenly, an astonishing multicolored screen of light appeared in the air, causing the surrounding area to tremble, and another layer of dust fell off the ancient city walls. Facing the many attacks, Ling Xiao no longer used his physical body to block them. The ice and fire sword in his hand appeared once again, and his entire body moved with the wind attribute Cloud Shadow Phantom, leaving those attacks behind him. Ling Xiao arrived behind a Zhao family elder, and the ice and fire sword blossomed with sparkling ice crystals. The second form of the 6 arts of the prideful cold, 3 feet of ice. When the Zhao family elder sensed the danger, his entire body had already been sealed into an ice man. The ice shattered, and his body split into pieces. The remaining 3 elders of the Zhao family were shocked and angry. One of them asked Huang Xiaoyan for help. "Elder Huang, why aren't you making a move?" Huang Xiaoyan shouted with a stern expression, "Seal him, let this old man finish him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 elders of the Huang family immediately flew in all directions, each making a different hand seal. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately locked down on Ling Xiao. The remaining 3 elders of the Zhao family also joined the ranks of the seal. The multicolored spirit energy formed a huge wall that pressed towards Ling Xiao, making it impossible for him to escape. Huang Xiaoyan held the high-rank 4 Xian rod in his hand and smashed down from above. This rod was like a flash of lightning, dazzling green, and its power was astonishing. Ling Xiao was completely trapped, unable to counterattack. Facing such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao was still not afraid. Another demon weapon appeared in his other hand, blood-devouring demon blade. "Why aren't you going to seize his body? What are you waiting for?" Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Huang Xiaoyan, who was charging towards him, and said faintly to the blood-devouring demon blade. "Whiz!" A ball of black mist flew out from the demon blade. Huang Xiaoyan had already used his strongest move, and just as he was about to smash the kid, the black broadsword actually turned into a ball of something that pounced towards him. The black mist was too fast, and there was no warning at all. Huang Xiaoyan didn't even have the time to react before the black mist actually drilled into his facial features. Ah! When the black mist entered Huang Xiaoyan's head, he let out a shocking scream. The Xian rod that he struck out finally stopped 5 centimeters away from Ling Xiao. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was using demonic arts again, and killed Huang Xiaoyan. A middle-stage king-level elder of the Huang family wielded his sword and entered the seal, wanting to kill Ling Xiao to take revenge for Huang Xiaoyan. "Little bastard, go and die for me." That Huang family elder gritted his teeth and shouted. The long sword in his hand turned into an earthen yellow sword light that slashed towards Ling Xiao's waist. The sword chi crisscrossed, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Rumble. The sword chi ruthlessly struck onto Ling Xiao's body, but was unable to injure him in the slightest. That Huang family elder roared again, "I don't believe that you have an undying body." This time, he didn't use spirit energy to attack, but directly used the long sword to stab towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao was already bound, and couldn't move. He could only watch as the sword stabbed towards him. Chapter 354. Facing the snake-like longsword, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest trace of fear. That Huang family elder's face was filled with malice, as if he could already see Ling Xiao dying under his sword. Suddenly, the Huang family elder felt a gust of wind at the back of his head as an ominous feeling assaulted him. He wanted to retreat, but he found that he had already been locked down and could not move. His aura rushed to the peak as he struggled to escape. Pfft! Unfortunately, his reaction was not fast enough. A staff shadow smashed into his head, causing a disgusting lump of brain matter to spill out. "Elder Yan, why are you like this?" The elders who had locked down Ling Xiao looked at the person who had attacked the Huang family elder in shock. Ling Xiao took advantage of their distraction and his battle intent surged once more. His strength once again reached its peak, the golden shadow of a dragon roared and the lock was immediately shaken off. "Not good, he's escaped." One of the Zhao family elders cried out. As he cried out in alarm, the others once again tried to confine Ling Xiao. However, how could Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? He turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the air. The ice sword in his hand was like a scythe for harvesting straws. Wherever he went, an elder would be cut down. Pft pft. 3 heads were chopped off and sent flying. They did not even know what had happened until they died. Another Zhao family elder and 2 Huang family elders were filled with fear and immediately fled in all directions. At this time, other than Ling Xiao, there was another figure that was not any slower than Ling Xiao chasing after the 2 Huang family elders. The 2 Huang family elders were intercepted and were about to attack when they found that the one in front of them was Huang Xiaoyan. Elder Yen, let's go back and ask the patriarch to come out. That little bastard is too strong. One of the Huang family elders quickly said to Yen Xiaoyan. He, don't worry, with me here, there's no need to be afraid of anyone. Huang Xiaoyan laughed strangely as he closed in on the 2. Another Huang family elder seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened as he retreated. Quick! Let's go. Elder Yen has been hit by a sorcery. What? Another Huang family elder exclaimed in shock. Your reaction is not bad, but this emperor is not under demonic arts. Huang Xiaoyan laughed savagely, the black rod in his hand emitting a strange black light. The black light was like an endless sickle, instantly drowning the 2 of them. Pu. 2 clouds of blood mist blossomed. Huang Xiaoyan flew under the blood mist, raised his head, opened his mouth, and inhaled deeply. The fresh blood converged into his mouth. What? What is he doing? Could it be that Elder Yen has already been controlled by that young man? This is too disgusting. It's actually drinking human blood. This is simply demonic. This time, the Zhao and Huang families have really kicked a steel plate. Ling Xiao had just killed the escaping Zhao family elder, and when he turned his head, he saw the scene of Huang Xiaoyan drinking blood. His stomach felt like it was overturning the seas, and it was extremely disgusting. Huh. The taste of drinking blood is still so refreshing and delicious. Huang Xiaoyan laughed maniacally towards the sky. His face was covered in blood, and when he laughed, it was so ferocious and terrifying. Put away that disgusting look of yours, let's go. Ling Xiao frowned as he spoke to Huang Xiaoyan. Huang Xiaoyan collected himself and shot 2 rays of divine light towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao went up to meet them, and said indifferently, What? You've just obtained a body and you want to rebel? Huang Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze and bowed towards Ling Xiao. This old servant doesn't dare. The current Huang Xiaoyan was no longer the original Huang Xiaoyan. The original Huang Xiaoyan had already been devoured by the Demon Emperor, and the current Huang Xiaoyan was completely under the Demon Emperor's control. In other words, the current Huang Xiaoyan was the Demon Emperor, Ling Xiao's servant. Humph, I don't think you dare. Otherwise I wouldn't mind beating you back to your original form. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. After all, the Demon Emperor was an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. Although he had submitted to him now, who knew whether or not this terrifying fellow would betray him? Ling Xiao was somewhat worried, and he could only make up his mind to speed up his cultivation breakthrough. He definitely wouldn't allow a servant like the Demon Emperor to escape his control. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with the Demon Emperor, 2 terrifying forces surged over from not too far away. The Demon Emperor cried out, Not good, there's a monarch coming. Ling Xiao could also feel that terrifying pressure, and it was getting closer and closer at a shocking speed. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't dare to activate the teleportation formation right now, so he immediately rushed off in a certain direction. He raised his wind element to the limit, and with the addition of his cloud shadow steps, he left behind strange afterimages in the air. The Demon Emperor had just taken over Huang Xiaoyan's body, so his strength was only at the high-level monarch level. Moreover, Huang Xiaoyan's element wasn't compatible with the Demon Emperor's, and the Demon Emperor's spiritual force hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't use his true strength. He could only choose to flee like Ling Xiao, but his speed wasn't any slower than Ling Xiao's. The two hadn't even escaped a kilometer when a huge blue palm that was dozens of meters wide descended from the sky, pressing down on the two. The moving cloud seemed to be shaken away by that powerful aura, and the sound of wind whistling could be heard in the air. Not good. Ling Xiao used all his strength, and his steps were extremely fast. At this moment, he only hated that he didn't have two more legs, and his wind element didn't seem to be enough. Bang bang. Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor were like flies being swatted by the giant blue palm, and they were smashed into a small mountain not far away. Rumble. Dust rose from the mountain peak, and birds and beasts flew high into the sky. Two figures stopped in the air above the mountain peak. Both of them were old men over 200 years old. One was an old man in a blue robe, with long eyebrows drooping, and a stooped body. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his old eyes were like blue stars, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The other old man was dressed in green, and his hair was all white. His face was thin, and as he flew through the air, green light flickered around him. He had the air of an immortal. These two old men were the Zhao family's old patriarch, Zhao Shi, and the Huang family's previous elder, Huang Lingji. Both of them had the terrifying strength of a low-level Earth Emperor. The one who had smashed Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor into the ground was the Zhao family's old patriarch, Zhao Shi. "Brother Zhao, you are too cruel. You even killed my little Yen," Huang Lingji said, glaring at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi replied, "Brother Huang, don't be angry. I didn't see that it was your kid. If I had known, I would have just killed the other kid. If anything happens to my little Yen, don't blame me for disregarding the relationship between the two families," Huang Lingji said coldly. Although the two families belonged to the same alliance, there were still open and veiled conflicts between them. Both hoped that the other party's power was much weaker than their own. Only then would they have the absolute right to speak in the Thousand Beast City. Zhao Shi, of course, recognized that the one who had escaped was Huang Xiaoyan, and that palm strike was indeed intentional. Since he was trying to kill someone who dared to make a move in the Thousand Beast City, he would just treat it as a mistake and the Huang family wouldn't be able to say anything. The two Emperor-level experts had sealed off the small mountain, and their aura had been suppressing the mountain peak. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly out. Huang Lingji was worried about his nephew's safety and he shot towards the foot of the small mountain peak in a flash. But, when he reached the position where the two people were trapped, he only saw two deep pits. The deep pits were stained with quite a bit of blood, but there was no sign of the people. Zhao Shi also came down from the air. He looked at the deep pits and asked in surprise, "Where are they?" Huang Lingji glared at him and snorted coldly, "You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Upon saying that, he waved his hand and the rocks and trees around the deep pits were sent flying. "They've all been sealed off, where can they run to?" Strange. Zhao Shi rose into the air and formed several hand seals to grab at the mountain peak. One after another, low-grade spirit beasts were being led up from all over the mountain peak, and they gave off a terrifying roar. "Does that kid know how to burrow into the ground?" Zhao Shi roared, and the tens of spirit beasts that had been led up were turned into pools of blood. The rage of an Emperor-level expert was so terrifying. At the foot of the mountain, Huang Lingji's divine sense surged into the ground. Suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched and he slammed his palm down on the ground. Boom! The green palm print caused a corner of the mountain peak to sink in. He really knows how to burrow into the ground. This kid really has a powerful background. Huang Lingji's expression turned grave. He had just sensed the movement of creatures underground and he was certain that the youth had slipped away. The youth who had killed more than 10 emperor-level experts from the Zhao and Huang family had successfully escaped. The news immediately caused a huge uproar in the Thousand Beast City. For so many years, no one had dared to use force within the boundaries of the Thousand Beast City. Even if it was a king-level expert who used force in the Thousand Beast City, they would die a horrible death. However, the youth had not only used force, he had also killed more than 10 elders of the Zhao and Huang family. 2 Earth Emperor-level experts had attacked at the same time, and the youth had escaped with severe injuries right under their noses. This was definitely the most sensational thing that had happened in the Thousand Beast City in the past 100 years. Following that, there was another rumor that the conflict had nothing to do with the youth who had escaped. It was because the heir of the Zhao family had found the youth an eyesore and had deliberately made things difficult for the youth to humiliate him, which had led to the conflict between the two sides. Just because he found the youth an eyesore, he had caused several of his own elders to be killed. The price was exorbitant. When the patriarch of the Zhao family learned of the matter, he flew into a rage and broke one of the heir's legs, and ordered him to face the wall for 10 years to atone for his crimes. King-level experts, in any sect, would be a highly revered existence, and in other cities, they would be able to dominate. Now that they had lost so many of them, even if the Zhao and Huang family were rich, they would not be able to withstand such torment. On the same day, another shocking piece of news came out of the Thousand Beast City. The relationship between the Lu family and the Zhao and Huang family had become rigid. The Lu family was willing to withdraw from the position of guardian of the Thousand Beast City, and no longer participate in the management of the Thousand Beast City. And there were people who said that this matter was related to the youth who had killed the Zhao and Huang family. Because someone had seen the youth stay at the Lu family for a night before he committed the murder. Chapter 355. The Thousand Beast City was abuzz with heated discussions. All the restaurants were discussing the major event that had just happened. A 20-year-old king-level cultivator killed more than 10 elders from the Zhao and Huang families and was severely injured by an Earth Sovereign-level cultivator. Many people saw that the young man's unparalleled fists were able to shatter weapons and kill people without leaving a trace. Everyone was speculating about the young man's origins. Some people said that he was from the southern wilderness because before the battle, many people heard the young man say that he wanted to use the transmission array to go to the southern wilderness. Others said that the young man was from the continent's holy land of martial arts, which was the center of the continent, known as the Central Region. They felt that only a place like that could produce such a powerful young man. No matter how excited the Thousand Beast City was, no one knew about it. Deep in the Thousand Beast lair, green pines and cypresses, hundreds of flowers, fresh and fragrant spirit grass. In a man-made cave, a bare-chested young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His face was extremely pale and there was dried blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Beside him was a spirit beast that looked like a dragon that was guarding him. Who else could the severely injured young man be but Ling Xiao? Before this, he had been smashed into the mountain by Zhao Shi's palm and was almost dead. If he hadn't practiced the Vajra 5 transformations arts and had an amazing defense, he would have become a puddle of blood. An Earth Sovereign level cultivator's full power strike was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had summoned the Purple Flood Dragon when he was seriously injured and had brought him and the Demon Emperor underground. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. Ling Xiao had the protection of his body, and the body that the Demon Emperor had just taken over had been completely destroyed by Zhao Shi's palm. Poor Demon Emperor, he had just enjoyed the taste of being reborn and now he had to return to the Blood Devourer saber to nourish his soul. Ling Xiao was now using the Vajra 5 transformations arts to cultivate his body. He had already practiced the Vajra 5 transformations arts to the initial stage of the 4th transformation and his recovery speed should have been very fast. But the destructive power of an Earth Sovereign level cultivator was terrifying and almost took his life. He took a medicinal pill and activated his cultivation to recover. It took him a day and a night to pass the critical period. It could be said that this was the most dangerous time for Ling Xiao in recent times. After a day and a night, Ling Xiao's condition had finally stabilized. He took out another 3 high-leveled third-stage healing pills and threw them into his mouth. He continued to absorb the medicinal effects of the pills to further heal his body. The muscles in his body could recover their vitality with every step he took, and the spiritual energy in his meridians kept flowing and flushing. The 3 parts restoration chi was also circulating on its own. The 2 great mysterious arts were working in tandem. Another half a day passed, and Ling Xiao's breath gradually returned to normal. His face became ruddy as well. Phew, I've finally recovered by 60%. The majesty of an emperor is truly inviolable. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Although he was confident that he could defeat everyone in the king rank, there was still a great disparity between him and the monarch rank. Just as Ling Xiao was about to stand up, he noticed that there was something different about the light surrounding him. The golden divine light on his body was still dazzling, but it was a little more agile. The tiny divine light was like a golden dragon swimming in the air. It looked extremely noble and extraordinary. Even the protective light has changed. Ling Xiao looked at the golden light around him and muttered to himself. Previously, during the battle at Thousand Beast City, the energy in his body had surged and the golden dragon had illuminated the world. This energy greatly increased his combat strength and defense by 2-fold. Only now did he pay attention to the changes in the protective divine light. Does this have something to do with the Vajra 5 transformations arts? Ling Xiao thought. At this time, the demon emperor's voice sounded in his mind. This is the ancient royal family's divine art? What do you know? Tell me quickly. Ling Xiao asked. The Vajra 5 transformations arts was obtained by the Ling family's grand elder in his early years. Even he didn't know the origins of the Vajra 5 transformations arts, so Ling Xiao had no reason to know. The Vajra 5 transformations arts was very difficult to cultivate, but its defensive and regenerative abilities were monstrous. Ling Xiao suspected that it wasn't the Vajra 5 transformations arts, but the immortal deity arts. Now that the demon emperor suddenly called out another name, it was obvious that he had some understanding of the Vajra 5 transformations arts. The demon emperor had dominated the continent for many years, and his knowledge was naturally not something that Ling Xiao could compare with. Ling Xiao took out the demon vampiric blade and had the demon emperor appear before him in mist form. The demon emperor's face had just transformed into a black mist face, and he looked at Ling Xiao's noble divine light as he searched his memories. It really is the ancient emperor's divine art. I never thought that I would see such a divine art after 10 years. I really have no regrets in my life. The demon emperor sighed. Ling Xiao urged, stop squeaking, hurry up and tell me the origins of the Vajra 5 transformations arts. Vajra 5 transformations arts? The demon emperor asked. That's right, I cultivate the defensive Vajra 5 transformations arts. Ling Xiao nodded. The demon emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he smiled. Master, you don't cultivate the Vajra 5 transformations arts, but the ancient emperor's divine art. He then looked at the divine light around Ling Xiao and said, it seems that Master cultivates an incomplete divine art. This protective divine light is too weak. If it wasn't for the divine art's transformation, this old servant wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Following that, the demon emperor slowly began to explain the secrets of the ancient emperor's divine art. 100,000 years ago, the continent was under the jurisdiction of a few dynasties, and the most famous one was the Kim people's dynasty. The Kim people's dynasty had existed for 30,000 years, and they had established an extraordinary foundation. They were the longest ruling dynasty in the ancient times. The people of the Kim people's dynasty all cultivated metal attribute cultivation techniques, and the royal family's highest mental cultivation technique was called the ancient emperor's divine art. It was a powerful cultivation technique that had already reached the divine level. There were only a handful of cultivation techniques in the world that had reached the divine level. These cultivation techniques were all created by the divine level Almighty and possessed unparalleled power. The ancient emperor's law created by the Kim people's divine emperor was one of the most terrifying cultivation techniques in the world. The Kim people's ancient emperor's divine art was a supreme mental cultivation technique that tempered one's body. It was said that only the imperial family of the Kim people's dynasty could cultivate it to large success, because it required a supreme dragon chi to cultivate it layer by layer. Even if an ordinary person obtained this cultivation technique, it would only be of little value. When the ancient emperor's divine art reached small success, the dragon chi would appear on one's body, and one's combat power would increase exponentially. It was also because of this that the direct descendants of the Kim people's dynasty were many times more powerful than those of the same cultivation level. It could be said that not only were they invincible against those of the same cultivation level, but they could also fight those of a higher cultivation level without losing. Furthermore, the ancient emperor's divine art had another perverse ability, which was the ability to automatically regenerate an injured body. When the ancient emperor's divine art reached large success, as long as the head was not destroyed, even a severed limb could be regrown. It was truly an existence comparable to the immortal deity technique. Hearing this, Ling Xiao instantly understood. His Vajra 5 transformation technique was definitely a modified version of the ancient emperor's divine art, and the cultivation technique was definitely very different from what the Demon King had said. Furthermore, its power could not compare to the complete mental cultivation technique. According to what you said, I shouldn't be able to cultivate the dragon chi, so how did I manage to do so? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. According to what the Demon King knew, the ancient emperor's divine art required the dragon chi of the Kim people's bloodline in order to cultivate the dragon chi, but he himself did not have any Kim people's bloodline, so how did he manage to cultivate the dragon chi? This is also what this old servant does not understand. Perhaps it has something to do with that little mud worm, the Demon King replied, but his gaze was fixed on the purple Jiao drake. Something to do with it? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. That's right. Even you, Master, did not know when you came into contact with a trace of the dragon chi, causing your protective aura to change. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the dragon chi to appear, the Demon King replied. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. He had only been with the purple Jiao drake for a little over a month, and he had not even refined the essence blood of the drake, so how did he come into contact with the dragon chi? Could it be that because the purple Jiao drake's bloodline was pure, he had come into contact with the dragon chi just by being with it? That didn't seem too likely. At that moment, Lu Wang, who rarely spoke up. That pool of myriad-year stone milk is where the purple Jiao drake normally plays. It should have undergone a metamorphosis there, and quite a bit of its essence blood has mixed with the myriad-year stone milk. That's the reason for your dragon chi. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that what Lu Wang had said was absolutely correct. In the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm, he had once used a large amount of myriad-year stone milk to cultivate in the purple Jiao drake's lair. He had even used quite a bit of myriad-year stone milk to break through to the initial success of the fourth transformation. Even at that time, he had not expected that the myriad-year stone milk would actually contain the essence blood of the purple Jiao drake. That was a huge profit for him. When he thought of that, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel annoyed at Lu Wang. That damned old man drank all of the myriad-year stone milk, or else this young master would definitely be able to cultivate the dragon chi. Following this, Ling Xiao asked the Demon Emperor, "Are there any members of the Kim people's imperial family left behind?" The Kim people's imperial family was an ancient race, and it had been tens of thousands of years since then. Ling Xiao really wanted to know if there were any members of the Kim people's imperial family left behind. In truth, what he wanted to know the most was the whereabouts of the true ancient emperor's mystic art. If he could obtain the true ancient emperor's mystic art, it would be equivalent to cultivating an immortal body. Moreover, his combat power would be unparalleled. Any martial artist would dream of obtaining such a thing. The demon emperor chuckled and said, "The Kim people's imperial family was destroyed by the combined forces of the other imperial families in ancient times. However, according to the ancient records, there were still people left behind from the Kim people's imperial family. In the end, they cultivated the ancient emperor's mystic art to large success and killed the descendants of the other imperial families. However, the Kim people's imperial family did not rebuild their dynasty and disappeared from everyone's sight. They should have gone to the heaven domain. From then on, there were endless wars on the continent, and in the end, all of the dynasties ceased to exist." The demon emperor had read about these secret realms that Ling Xiao had mentioned before. Currently, there were no dynasties on the continent, let alone imperial families. However, hearing the two words heaven domain from the demon emperor's mouth was still very shocking. According to the legends, the heaven domain was a mysterious place that only those who had reached the saint realm or above could go to. The Kim people's imperial family was there? Just what kind of existence was the Kim people's imperial family? Chapter 356. In ancient times, hundreds of races contended for supremacy, the era of the Holy Lord and the Divine King. The Kim people's dynasty had been unified for 30,000 years. One could imagine what kind of colossus the Kim people were. Their inherited divine art was called the Ancient Emperor's Divine Art, and was on par with the two great arts of the ancient royal family. It was one of the most terrifying divine arts. Ling Xiao did not expect that the Vajra 5 transformation arts he cultivated would have such a great origin. And he had also activated the veil of the divine art under inexplicable circumstances, which filled him with curiosity and expectation for the road ahead. The demon emperor did not know much about the rumors of the Kim people. After all, the Kim people had disappeared from this area for 100,000 years, and all that was passed down were endless legends. And the so-called heaven region was just an unreachable dream for Ling Xiao. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to break through the shackles and stand at the top of the world, and break into the world that only the saint level could reach. After asking some secrets about the Kim people, Ling Xiao began to ask the demon emperor about the situation in the central region. The central region was the holy land of martial arts in the mainland. There were many sects and countless aristocratic families. It was the dream of all martial artists. Back then, the demon emperor had a fierce reputation in that place. But that was 5,000 years ago, and the real situation in the central region was unknown. Even so, Ling Xiao felt that his horizons had been broadened a lot. At the same time, he had set a goal, which was to find the Heaven Gu divine art as soon as possible. When the time came, he would go to the holy land of martial arts and bravely explore it. To find the Heaven Gu divine art, he had to go to the ancestral land of the Gu clan. The ancestral land of the Gu clan was far away in the southern wastelands. Without a transmission array, it would take more than a year to fly there. And the priestess only had a little more than a year's time. He would not be able to make it back and forth. Moreover, he did not know if he could find it. Time was of the essence. At this moment, Ling Xiao was worried about the transmission array. Among the cities nearby, only the Thousand Beast City had a transmission array to the southern wastelands. Ling Xiao had no choice but to find a way to use the transmission array. Otherwise, he would have to spend more than a year to fly to the southern wastelands. However, that was an absolutely impossible choice. Motherfucker, you damned spoiled brat. I'm just a bit more handsome, and you dare provoke me? Just wait until I'm a bit stronger and I'll exterminate both your Zhao and Huang families. Ling Xiao slammed a fist into a boulder as he cursed. Ling Xiao had already killed more than 10 king-level experts from the Zhao and Huang families, and they would definitely not allow him to leave the Thousand Beast City. Moreover, both families had Earth Sovereign Realm experts, so it was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill them one by one. This kind of unexpected calamity really made him depressed. Master, you don't have to worry too much. Actually, you still have a way to suppress those monarch-rank kids, said the demon emperor. If I had such a method, I would have killed my way there myself. Do you think I need you to remind me? Ling Xiao said grumpily. Hee hee. The demon emperor laughed sinisterly and said, Master, although you don't have the ability to destroy them now, but that little tree should be qualified. That little green tree? Ling Xiao paused and then said, You mean Lu Wang? Filthy thing, what nonsense are you talking about? This old man is a pacifist and never participates in battle. Lu Wang said unhappily in his consciousness. Not participating in battle doesn't mean you can't fight. The demon emperor said meaningfully. Ling Xiao then remembered Lu Wang's shocking methods in the barren mountain range. With his abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an Earth Sovereign Realm expert. Little friend, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. This old man has just recovered a bit of his essence and doesn't have much fighting power. Lu Wang spoke first to stop Ling Xiao. Old thing, stop pretending. A 10,000-year-old tree that can transform, even a monarch would have to give way to it. The demon emperor said from the side. Humph, what do you know? This old man's essence has been greatly damaged and I won't be able to recover without a few thousand years. Lu Wang said stubbornly. Keep pretending. You can fool Master's youth, but you can't fool this old man's discerning eyes. You filthy thing, if you dare to be arrogant again, this old man will destroy a wisp of your divine sense. Alright, you two old things, stop arguing. Ling Xiao was getting dizzy from their bickering and had no choice but to call for them to stop. In an instant, the two old things quieted down. Ling Xiao sank into deep thought, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. After a while, he seemed to have thought of a plan, and joy appeared in his eyes. He then asked the demon emperor, when you devour other people's souls, can you also isolate their memories? That's true. The demon emperor hesitated. Good, then I have a way to escape. Who knows, I might even be able to make a huge profit, haha. Ling Xiao laughed. Master is thinking of. The demon emperor was once a hero of his generation, and he immediately knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. He also revealed a happy expression. Don't say anything. Just let me rest for 2 days before returning to the city. This young master will openly have them ask me to leave. Ling Xiao revealed a strange smile. 2 days later, in the Thousand Beast City, the elders of the Zhao and Huang families were constantly on patrol, searching for suspicious characters. They had set up a trap at the transmission array, waiting for the young man who killed them to appear. At the same time, the two families began to decorate their homes, preparing to marry the two young ladies of the Lu family. Originally, the Lu family had vowed to resist, but the Zhao and Huang families each sent 2 emperor stage experts to the Lu residence and captured the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Zheng, to threaten the 2 young ladies of the Lu family to submit. This meant that the 3 families had shed all pretense of cordiality. The Zhao and Huang families swore to annex the Lu family's property in the Thousand Beast City. In the Lu residence, in a private room, light muslin, picturesque screens, beautiful women like jade. The 2 sisters, Lu Fang and Lu Jing, were dressed in bright red satin, with colorful hairpins on their heads. Their faces were lightly smeared with rouge. Brides, they should be the most beautiful women in the world. However, the 2 young ladies of the Lu family did not look the slightest bit happy. There was only endless sorrow in their beautiful eyes, making them look very pitiful. When the maidservants behind them saw them like this, their faces also showed sadness. Usually, the 2 young ladies were amiable and approachable, treating them like sisters. Now that their young ladies were being forced to marry into the Zhao and Huang families, they really felt sad and sympathetic for the 2 young ladies. Sister, I don't want to be separated from you, I don't want to marry into the Huang family. Lu Jing could not control her emotions and threw herself into her sister's arms, crying loudly. Lu Fang was crying as she gently stroked Lu Jing's hair. Little sister, we will have to marry sooner or later. In order to save father, we have no other choice. But the two families have wild ambitions, they clearly want to annex our family and obtain the map fragment. Lu Jing cried. Sigh, how could I not know? Grandfather died in an accident and we only have the guardian elder. 2 fists are no match for 4 legs, how can we fight against the two families? Lu Fang sighed heavily. The 2 young ladies cried and the makeup they had just put on their faces was wasted again. One of the maidservants behind them reminded them in a low voice, young ladies, it's almost time. Quickly touch up your makeup, otherwise you won't look pretty. What does it matter if we look pretty or not? In any case, they just need a formality. Their real goal isn't here. Our bodies are just extras, Lu Fang complained. At the side, Lu Jing wiped off all the makeup on her face and loudly cried, once we save father, I'll definitely make them pay. Lu Jing's face flashed with deep hatred. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the door, young ladies, are you done yet? It's almost time, the 2 young masters have come to fetch the bride. Just as she finished speaking, 2 middle-aged women swung their scarves and swayed their fat butts as they walked in. These 2 women both had monkey cheeks, thin eyes, and duck-like mouths. It was obvious at a glance that they were typical gossip matchmakers. A matchmaker dressed in flowery silk immediately saw that the 2 women's makeup had been ruined by their tears, and her expression changed. She immediately pointed at the Lu sisters' maidservant and scolded, what are you doing, you lowly maidservant? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put on makeup for the 2 young ladies. If you don't make it in time, you'll be in for a good time. The other matchmaker dressed in crimson silk also scolded, if the 2 young masters see this, they'll definitely skin you alive. The 2 maidservants trembled in fear and quickly went to fix their young lady's makeup. Unexpectedly, Lu Jing stood up and shouted at the 2 matchmakers, who do you think you are? How dare you yell here? If you dare to say another word, I'll immediately send you to see the king of hell. Lu Jing was already a low-level spirit master and could already emit pressure. The 2 matchmakers were just ordinary people, and they were immediately frightened by Lu Jing's aura and fell to the ground. Scram! Scram! If you dare to come in again, I'll kill you first. Lu Jing was already in a state of grief and indignation, and these 2 matchmakers could be considered to have hit the jackpot. The 2 matchmakers wailed and wailed as they scrambled out of the room. Faintly, their resentful voices could still be heard, these 2 little beauties are really worthless, they scared me to death. After the 2 young masters ride them, they'll definitely be banished to the cold palace. That's right, the best would be to sell them to the 10,000 spring brothel, and let them become the stinky beauties for 10,000 men to ride on. What an unrewarding task, we must get the young master to give us more money later. Yes, I almost broke my waist when I fell just now. Without rest for half a month, I won't be able to recover. An hour later, the wedding procession finally arrived. Gongs and drums filled the air, voices were loud, fireworks fluttered, and beasts roared. The 3 most powerful forces in the 1,000-beast city were to unite by marriage on this day. The 2 daughters of the Lu family were to be married to the Zhao and Huang families. The former 2nd prince of the Zhao family had his legs broken and was punished to face the wall for 10 years. The groom was now his cousin, the 3rd prince Zhao Bo, and the Huang family was still 2nd prince Huang Feng. The 2 of them were dressed in golden robes, crowned hats, and decorated with colorful flowers, their faces full of joy. Although the 2 families were marrying the 2 daughters of the Lu family for the common benefit of the 2 families, they did not feel that this marriage was a loss. After all, the 2 daughters of the Lu family were rare beauties who could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Letting them be the young mistresses was a good match for them and they would be able to enjoy the beauties. Chapter 357. The Zhao family and the Huang family married 2 daughters of the Lu family at the same time. The Thousand Beast City celebrated, shops and mansions decorated with colorful decorations, the streets were filled with the sound of gongs and drums, the hustle and bustle of people. The two families held a banquet in a luxurious pavilion. All the influential people in the Thousand Beast City came to congratulate and present gifts. Inside the pavilion, the two bridegrooms were smiling proudly as they walked among the thousands of people, toasting unceasingly. A festive atmosphere lingered in the mansion. Deep within the pavilion, there were two separate pavilions, which were equally luxurious and festive. But, in this kind of environment, there were sorrowful sobbing sounds, which was completely different from the atmosphere at the moment. In one of the pavilions, LV Jing pulled off the red veil over her head. On that coquettish face, there were two lines of tears washing off the thick layer of rouge. Her spirit master cultivation had been sealed, and she was no different from an ordinary person. She stood up, and determination flashed across her beautiful eyes. An unwilling, resentful, and suicidal aura exuded from her. She grabbed the golden blanket at the head of the bed, and with a flick of her hand, the golden blanket hung on the beam of the room. She lifted the table and chair, stood on top of it, and slowly tied a dead knot on the golden blanket. With one look, it was obvious that she was going to hang herself. Benefactor, LV Jing will repay your kindness in my next life. LV Jing closed her beautiful eyes, two lines of tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she was about to hang her neck on the golden blanket, the sound of a window breaking rang out. Ah! LV Jing was startled by the sudden sound, and her body fell off the table and chair. Whoosh! The figure that came in through the window immediately rushed to the fallen LV Jing, and grabbed hold of LV Jing's slender waist. LV Jing was about to scream, but a large hand covered her red lips. The person whispered, "Don't make a sound, it's me." When LV Jing heard that voice, her body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned to look at the person close to her. Her pupils contracted slightly, looking surprised, but her expression seemed to be filled with joy. The person who came in was Ling Xiao, who had rushed back from the lair of Thousand Beasts. For the past few days, the Thousand Beast City had been on high alert, checking suspicious people's movements. Ling Xiao had the purple flood dragon centipede to lead the way, and came in directly from the ground, so no one could find him. He had wanted to go to the LV residence to find the two girls of the Lu family to understand the situation, but found that the two girls had been forced to marry people from the Zhao and Huang family. Thus, he captured a servant of the Zhao clan and interrogated him. He found out that the Zhao clan and the Huang clan were holding a banquet to celebrate together. Therefore, he hurried over and happened to see LV Jing about to hang herself, so he immediately appeared to save her. LV Jing and LV Jing, and said, "Second Miss LV Jing, and LV Jing, of LV Jing, and Lu family, and blood family." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and let go of LV Jing. "Why do you have to do this, Miss LV?" Who knew? The moment Ling Xiao released LV Jing hugged Ling Xiao's waist and started sobbing. "I thought I would never see my benefactor again." Ling Xiao's body stiffened. He had not thought that LV Jing would be so bold, and he thought with some grievance, "She dared to take advantage of me, what a loss." After that, Ling Xiao comforted LV Jing in a low voice, letting her calm down first. "What is going on with the three families? I see that you two sisters were forced to marry." When LV Jing quietened down, Ling Xiao immediately cut to the chase. When he had left the LV residence, he had heard the two girls crying in front of the main hall of the LV residence. After that, he had met the Zhao and Huang family who came to propose marriage. From that, he had thought that something must have happened to the LV family, and the two girls had been forced to marry under the pressure of the two families. He had to figure out the relationship between the two families in order to carry out his plan. The two families have gone too far. From the beginning, they sent people to propose marriage to our family. They have the ambition of wolves and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to annex our LV family. My sister and I refused, so they chose a tyrannical and shameless method. 4 of the older generation of bastards broke into our family, injured our previous generation's guardian elder, and captured my father to force us to marry into their family. LV Jing bit her lip, her eyes blazing with anger. Originally, the 3 families had been living in harmony with each other. But 2 years ago, her grandfather had been seriously injured outside and died as soon as he returned to the family. Each of the 3 families had 2 Emperor stage experts, and the death of 1 Emperor stage expert in the LV family meant that their strength had dropped by half. Thus, the 2 families began to suppress the LV family in an attempt to divide the LV family's property. However, they did not go too far in the beginning. After all, the LV family's foundation was not weaker than theirs. They chose to use a more conciliatory method. They wanted the younger generation of their family to marry the 2 daughters of the LV family, which would be equivalent to obtaining half of the LV family's property. However, the LV family had long since seen through their ambition and refused to marry them. In the end, they had no choice but to invite the Emperor stage experts of their families to join hands with them to the LV family. They even captured LV Zheng and threatened that if the 2 daughters of the LV family didn't marry into their family, LV Zheng would die and the LV family would perish. The 2 women were filial children, so they had no choice but to agree to the wedding. After understanding the cause of the matter, Ling Xiao finally relaxed. He only wanted to deal with the Zhao and Huang families so that he could use the transmission formation to leave. He had come to find the 2 daughters of the LV family in order to obtain some information from them. Now that the LV family had completely broken off relations with the other 2 families, it was exactly what he wanted. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. Someone's coming. Ling Xiao's senses were sharp. He quickly hid behind the door and held his breath. LV Jing was also an extremely intelligent woman. She immediately turned around and covered her head with the red cloth. Creak. The door was pushed open and a drunken youth swayed his body as he walked in. Zhao Bo was the 3rd son of the head of the Zhao family. He was 25 years old and a low-level spirit master. Ma, wife. I've made you wait for a long time. Your husband has come to the bridal room with you. Zhao Bo lecherously looked at LV Jing who was sitting on the table. LV Jing and Zhao Bo originally had the same level of cultivation, but LV Jing's cultivation had been sealed during the wedding ceremony. She was no different from an ordinary person. That was why the Zhao family dared to let Zhao Bo enter the bridal room alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what would happen if he was killed by LV Jing. Zhao Bo was about to throw himself at LV Jing when she retreated in alarm. Heh. Don't run. Your husband will dote on you. You'll just obediently be the young mistress of the Zhao family. Zhao Bo was almost drunk and he did not manage to reach LV Jing for the first time. Just as Zhao Bo was about to throw himself at LV Jing again, LV Jing was not as fast and she was about to be caught in his arms. Puff! Suddenly, Zhao Bo's head burst open like a smashed watermelon. Quite a lot of blood splattered onto LV Jing's new dress, making it look even more dazzling and festive. Ling Xiao had used his formless spirit power to kill the 2 previous spirit masters who had come with Zhao Bo through the door. Let's go quickly. Go save your sister first, and then save your father. Ling Xiao pulled LV Jing who was still in a daze out of the private room. He then snuck into another private room to rescue LV Fang. On the night of the wedding, the outside was still bustling with noise and excitement. Within the private room, there were only a few maids and servants walking about. The other guards were patrolling outside to protect the guests, to prevent anyone from causing trouble. At the same time, the people from the 2 families were highly conceited. They had thought that no one in the Thousand Beast City would dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers. They would naturally not have thought that with the tight security outside, and with more than 10 king-grade guards standing guard, they would still be able to successfully sneak into the new private room. They had just reached the private room where LV Fong was in when they heard screams coming from inside. LV Jing's face was ashen and she immediately shook Ling Xiao's arm, crying out, "Benefactor! Quick! Quick, save my sister!" Ling Xiao shook off LV Jing's hand and his whole body was like a bat in the dark night, immediately using his spirit power to sweep over the two guards at the door. The two guards did not even know what had happened till they died. Ling Xiao kicked the door open and saw LV Fong being carried by a young man. Her clothes had been torn to shreds in many places and her full, snowy white bosom was almost completely exposed, two bright red spots swaying like a lotus. "Who is it?" the young man of that year shouted in shock. Ling Xiao pointed a finger and a streak of blue flame shot into the young man's brow. "Let's go." Ling Xiao flashed and carried LV Fong, who was still in a daze, into his arms. He did not even look at the young man and immediately escaped from the room. Ling Xiao brought the two girls to the ground in the courtyard and immediately released the purple flood dragon centipede to carry the three of them out of the private room. The purple flood dragon centipede carried the three of them to the ground. The protective divine light covered the three of them, so that the three of them would not be obstructed by any line of sight or soil. With a faint purple halo, Ling Xiao held the two girls of the LV family in his left and right hands. The fragrance of the young girls caused his heart to be in chaos, and his gaze involuntarily fell on LV Fong's upper body, which only had a few strands of silk hanging on it. That smooth, exquisite, round and moving skin was extremely alluring, and that full and soft virgin peak made one's blood boil and their body burn with desire. LV Fong shyly turned her pretty face away, and the blush spread to her neck. Her heart was thumping non-stop. LV Jing, on the other hand, leaned into Ling Xiao's arms with an intoxicated expression, her hands tightly hugging Ling Xiao's tiger waist. She could feel the unique scent of a man, and it made her extremely intoxicated. Ling Xiao tried his best to control his eyes from looking at that alluring body, but his eyes seemed to be out of his control and could not move. He could only howl in his heart, "See no evil, see no evil." When the purple flood dragon centipede broke out of the ground, two streaks of bright red snot flowed out of Ling Xiao's nostrils. LV Jing reluctantly moved away from Ling Xiao's tiger body and looked at Ling Xiao's red snot. She exclaimed, "Benefactor, how did you get hurt?" LV Fong let out a cry and instantly hid behind her sister, cutting off Ling Xiao's vision. Ling Xiao's face turned red, and he awkwardly wiped the blood from his nose. He pretended to be innocent and said, "The weather has been too hot recently, and the virtual fire has risen, the virtual fire has risen." LV Jing was puzzled when she heard this, but when she turned around, she saw that her sister, who was hiding behind her, had also turned red. "Benefactor, if you want, I can give it to you." LV Jing had always been bold, and she looked straight at Ling Xiao and said faintly. Her eyes were filled with infinite anticipation and shyness. Chapter 358. The night was like water, the moon was soft, and the beauties were as beautiful as jade. Of the two daughters of the Lu residents, one had her breasts exposed and was extremely alluring. The other was straightforward and bold, her eyes as clear as water and full of affection. Ling Xiao was extraordinarily handsome, with a jade-like appearance. He was full of vigor and vitality. Finally, Ling Xiao met LV Jing's gaze and was defeated in less than half a second. He took out some clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them to LV Jing, then quickly took a few steps back. "Let your sister put on some clothes. We'll think about how to save your father. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble when the sun rises and the matter is exposed." Although he said so, he was actually bitterly lamenting in his heart, "Fuck, this young master is too pure. I can even endure this." "Cowardly man," LV Jing muttered in her heart, then covered her sister with the clothes. Ling Xiao once again summoned the purple drake and brought the three back to the Lu residence. In order to save Lu Zheng and deal with the Zhao and Huang families, he had to plan carefully. In the mountains behind the Lu residence, an old man over 200 years old was meditating. His face was thin and pale, his hair was disheveled, and his vitality was dim. From the looks of it, he had suffered a serious injury that was difficult to recover from. He was the Lu family's previous guardian elder, Lu Buwei, a low-level Earth Emperor. 2 days ago, 4 Emperor stage experts from the Zhao and Huang families attacked together. He fought against 2 Emperor stage experts alone and was seriously injured. If it wasn't for the other side showing mercy, he would have been buried in the earth. However, with his current state, it was difficult to suppress his injuries. A lot of hidden energy remained in his body, constantly destroying his vitality. He knew that in less than a month, he would die here. Pfft! Lu Buwei spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Big brother, I'm sorry. The Lu family is about to be destroyed in my hands. I really don't have the face to meet you in the underworld, Lu Buwei murmured unwillingly, his expression indescribably desolate. The Lu family used to be so mighty, but as soon as his elder brother passed away, they were immediately encroached upon by the 2 families. Now, they were even forced into a marriage. His heart was filled with indignation, unwillingness, and unwillingness. At this moment, there was a strange movement from the ground. What is it? Lu Buwei immediately stood up, ready to attack at any time. Second Grandpa. Lu Fang and Lu Jing immediately called out to Lu Buwei as soon as they emerged from the ground. Lu Buwei was shocked, he never thought that Lu Fang and Lu Jing would be able to break out from the ground. Lu Buwei frowned when he saw Ling Xiao by the 2 women's side, and he said, "You're the one who killed over 10 king-rank experts from the Zhao and Huang clans?" Although Lu Buwei was in closed-door training here all year round, he still knew everything that was happening in the outside world. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. That's right. I didn't want to cause any trouble, but they didn't like me. Lu Buwei stared at Ling Xiao for a while before he said, "Why did you come to help us? Do you think you can deal with those 4 old fellows?" Ling Xiao casually smiled and said, "Whether it works or not, we will only know after we try. As long as Senior can provide them with a detailed location, it will be fine." Lu Buwei's old eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, is this kid really the successor of some great power? Forget it, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Take them and leave, as far as you can, cough cough. Lu Buwei weakly waved his hand, and then coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Second Grandpa, how are you? The 2 women worriedly supported Lu Buwei. I'm fine. You guys go with him, the further the better. One day, when you're strong enough, you can come back to take revenge for our Lu clan, Lu Buwei said. He didn't think that this young king-rank expert could really deal with 4 emperor-rank experts at the same time. Ling Xiao could already see that Lu Buwei's injuries weren't light, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Lu Buwei and said, "Senior, take this." This is. Lu Buwei suspiciously took the bottle, and a chill went straight into his bones. Top-quality stone milk. Lu Buwei was a bit happy. This is 10,000-year stone milk. It should be able to heal Senior's injuries, Ling Xiao faintly said. 10,000-year stone milk. Lu Buwei's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the bottle. Any spirit item that was over 10,000 years old was called a divine item. Not only could 10,000-year stone milk cleanse the marrow and meridians, but it also had extraordinary healing abilities. Lu Buwei hadn't expected that this young man he had just met would give him such a precious thing. It had to be known that such a small bottle would cause countless people to fight over it. Even an Empyrean would be envious. Really giving it to me? Lu Buwei asked excitedly. With this small bottle of 10,000-year stone milk, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries, but he would also be able to cleanse his marrow and meridians again. He would be able to take another step forward in his lifetime, so how could he not be excited? Of course, I still need Senior's help. Ling Xiao very seriously nodded. Back in the belly of the mountain, he had already stored a lot of 10,000-year stone milk. He wasn't stupid enough to let Lu Weng suck it all up. Lu Buwei no longer acted delicate and used his remaining spiritual energy to set up a restriction in the cave to prevent his recovered aura from leaking out and attracting attention. Lu Buwei licked his dry tongue and impatiently drank the 10,000-year stone milk. Immediately, a pure energy began to cleanse and heal his injuries. At the same time, a wave of cold began to spread throughout his body. Ling Xiao was just about to use his fire spiritual energy to help him dissolve the cold qi, but he found that the cold qi was actually being absorbed into Lu Buwei's body. At the same time, Lu Buwei's aura began to rise, and he seemed to become 10 years younger, completely sweeping away his previous dispirited appearance. When the two women of the Lu family saw this, their faces were filled with joy. Lu Buwei was the current pillar of the Lu family. Now that Lu Buwei was truly dead, the Lu family could be said to be completely finished. 4 hours quickly passed, and it was now the middle of the night. Lu Buwei finally woke up from his meditation. His essence energy had recovered to its peak, and it seemed that his strength had risen by quite a bit. His old eyes emitted a frightening cold light. Lu Buwei excitedly said, "Good. I didn't think that this old man would be able to recover and reach the peak of the low level. The heavens are truly blessing my Lu family. Since Senior is fine, we should properly plan how to eliminate those 4 old farts," Ling Xiao said from the side. Lu Buwei looked at Ling Xiao and cupped his hands to thank him, saying, "Little friend, thank you for your help. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Senior is too serious." "I only helped you to help myself," Ling Xiao replied humbly. At this moment, the more Lu Buwei looked at Ling Xiao, the more satisfied he was. He then looked at his 2 granddaughters and thought, this child's talent is outstanding and his strength is extraordinary. He is qualified to be my Lu family's grandson-in-law. Afterwards, Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei began to plot for a while. Next, Ling Xiao had the 2 girls of the Lu family hide here for the time being. He then summoned the purple flood dragon puppet to bring him and Lu Buwei underground, heading towards the Zhao family's territory. They wanted to kill all 4 old farts before dawn. That way, the 2 families would not be a threat. In a cave in the back mountain of the Zhao family, it was the place where the 2 emperors of the Zhao family were in seclusion. Lu Zheng's cultivation was sealed, and he was tied up and thrown in a deserted corner. His expression was very desolate. He was the dignified head of the family, but he was thrown here as a hostage. He felt very sullen. When he thought of the scene of his 2 daughters being pressed down by the other party's grandson, he wanted to tear the 2 families apart. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to destroy the tiger, he did not have the strength to kill it. Not far away from him, 2 old farts were meditating with their eyes closed. They were surrounded by a bright brilliance, giving them a somewhat sage-like temperament. Zhao Shi, the previous head of the Zhao family, was a low-level earth emperor, and specialized in water attribute spiritual power. That day, Ling Xiao had killed more than 10 elders of the Zhao and Huang families. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Shi struck him with a palm strike. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient emperor's divine art, 5 changes of the Vajra spell, he would have been killed. Moreover, the body that the demon king had seized had been destroyed. Zhao Shiren, the younger brother of Zhao Shi, was the previous elder of the Zhao family. His strength was even more terrifying than his elder brother. He was a mid-level earth emperor, and specialized in wood attribute spiritual power. He was the top existence in the 1,000-beast city. The 2 brought Lu Zheng here to prevent Lu Buwei from coming to rescue. Suddenly, Zhao Shiren opened his old eyes, and 2 balls of green light shot out, looking extremely strange and frightening. "What's that?" Zhao Shiren pointed down with 1 finger, and a phantom vine-like phantom sank into the ground. "Brother, what did you find?" Zhao Shi asked puzzledly. "Nothing, maybe I'm overthinking." Zhao Shuren frowned and shook his head. Zhao Shi pondered for a moment and said, "Is that kid here?" "Who?" "The kid who escaped from my hands a few days ago." Zhao Shi replied. He paused for a moment and then said, "I don't think it's possible. He took a palm strike from me that day, and I'm afraid he's already dead in the wilderness." "Oh, I think he's dead for sure." Zhao Shuren replied faintly, and closed his eyes again. However, he was not meditating, but using his divine sense to probe the ground. He had a feeling that something was nearby. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his divine sense, and a sense of danger appeared. "Who's there?" Zhao Shuren's reaction was fast, and he immediately retracted his divine sense, and smashed the ground with one hand. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the ground, and a terrifying palm created a bottomless pit. If it wasn't for the restrictive spells that had been laid down in advance, the cave would have been destroyed by this palm. Zhao Shi was on high alert, and he also paid attention to the ground. Xiao! A huge black shadow broke out from the other side, and a mass of something shot towards Zhao Shi and Zhao Shuren. Zhao Shuren took the lead, and waved a green wall with one hand, blocking the thing that shot out. Crack! The green wall couldn't stop the thing at all, and it was directly smashed. Zhao Shuren and Zhao Shi were shocked, and the two acted again. One green and one blue spirit wall blocked at the same time, and they finally managed to block the thing. In the end, the two found that the thing that was flying towards them was actually a lump of soil. Zhao Shi looked at the thick spirit beast in front of him and exclaimed, This is a dragon earthworm. How can such a powerful dragon earthworm appear here?" Zhao Shuren was puzzled, and suddenly looked in Lu Zheng's direction, and cried out, "Someone has snuck in." Chapter 359. Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei had successfully snuck into the Zhao family's residence. The two of them had already arrived at Lu Zheng's side. Lu Buwei immediately undid the seal on Lu Zheng and fed him a few healing pills. It just so happened that the Zhao brothers had already discovered their presence. Zhao Shi looked coldly at Lu Buwei and said, "I didn't expect Brother Lu to dare show himself. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" "Humph, take care of yourself first," Lu Buwei snorted. The purple drake was at the peak of the 5th rank, comparable to a peak emperor. Although it wasn't good at fighting, it could still deal with a mid-stage emperor like Zhao Shuren. It grew to about 6 or 7 meters long, and it kept spitting soil at Zhao Shuren to attack him. This soil was refined from the soil it normally ate, and each clump was equivalent to a boulder weighing a few thousand kilograms. Zhao Shuren was a mid-stage emperor, but there was still a gap between him and the purple drake. Green light shot out from his palms, sending clumps of soil flying and causing the residents to shake. His face was solemn as he cried out, "Big brother, let's kill this earthworm first." Zhao Shi saw that his brother was having a hard time, so he didn't say a word and took out a demonic blue sword. A water demon pounced out, its aura threatening. Although the blue sword wasn't a spirit weapon, it was a mid-stage 5th rank spirit weapon and could kill ordinary 5th rank spirit beasts. How could Lu Buwei let Zhao Shi save Zhao Shuren? A silver dagger axe appeared in his hand. The dagger axe flashed like a dragon, and an ice bird rushed out of a never-melting iceberg, instantly turning the residents incomparably cold. This silver dagger axe was also a mid-stage 5th rank profound artifact. "Zhao Shi, 2 days ago you and Huang Lingji injured me and forced my Lu family to submit. Tonight, I'll kill you first." Lu Buwei's killing intent soared as he brandished his dagger axe and charged at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi had no choice but to abandon his brother and fight Lu Buwei. The 3 emperors and the purple drake clashed in a chaotic battle. The powerful energy instantly destroyed the Immortal's cave. Everyone in the Zhao family was jolted awake from their dreams. Isn't that the old master's place of seclusion? How could there be such a powerful undulation? Could it be that the old patriarch and the previous generation's elder are at loggerheads? That's impossible. Tonight is the heir's joyous day. How can we spoil the mood by fighting? Not good, it should be an enemy attack. Let's go and support them. In an instant, a dozen king-rank experts of the Zhao clan moved out at the same time and flashed towards the back of the mountain. In the mountains behind the Zhao family, Ling Xiao cried out to LV Zheng, Lord LV, please leave quickly and gather everyone to prepare. When the sun rises, we'll mobilize everyone to wipe out the Zhao and Huang families in one fell swoop. How is this possible? LV Zheng replied in disbelief. Hurry up and leave. The Zhao family's people are already rushing over. Remember, we'll find out at daybreak. Ling Xiao instructed and immediately flew towards the three monarch rank experts. The cave was shattered, and Zhao Shuren was able to soar into the skies. He was no longer suppressed by the purple flood dragon roar, and he could finally heave a sigh of relief. The purple flood dragon roar hadn't reached the 6th stage yet, so it couldn't fly. It could only attack from the ground with soil. Unfortunately, when Zhao Shuren was in midair, he was like a fish in water, easily dodging the attacks. At the same time, he took out a long spear, and with every swing of his spear, a giant tree shadow smashed towards the purple flood drake. A bottomless pit was smashed open in the ground. The power of a monarch rank expert was unstoppable. The purple flood dragon roar was at a disadvantage because it couldn't fly and couldn't hit its opponent. Instead, it was struck by a series of attacks, causing it to feel endless pain. In the end, it could only burrow into the ground, not daring to come out again. Lu Buwei actually dares to invade my Zhao family. Tonight, I'll wipe out your LV family. Zhao Shuren finally had a chance to catch his breath, and he shouted at Lu Buwei, who was fighting with his older brother. At the same time, he charged at Lu Buwei at full speed, the spear in his hand filling the sky with green light. Countless spears with unparalleled sharpness shot towards Lu Buwei. The sharp aura crushed the trees on the mountain peak into dust, and rocks were sent flying in all directions. At the Earth Sovereign rank, one could achieve the realm of moving with agility. What was the realm of moving with agility? When the Xian Qi overflows the Dantian, one can activate one's own attributes, which can be forced out of the body to make tangible attacks. When the Xian Qi transforms into spiritual energy, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine and strengthen one's body. This is called a spirit master. Teachers can start to teach their disciples on the road of cultivation. When they understand the flow of spiritual energy, they can control it to make invisible attacks, transforming it into immortal divine power. When they reach this step, they can soar in the sky, like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, becoming a king. This is the biggest dividing line between an ordinary person and a true cultivator. After becoming a king, as the realm increases, one's perception of spiritual energy becomes more and more intense. When one's whole body is separated from nature and becomes one with the spiritual energy, any movement will move the spiritual energy, as if one is a part of the spiritual energy. This realm is called moving with the spirit. After reaching this realm, one's spirit will take a leap and become a real king. Advancing from the king rank to the monarch rank was a process of comprehending nature. In order to break through in the future, besides Tian Bin, one also needed extraordinary comprehension ability. Only then would one be able to see through the Grand Tao, advance bravely, and break through to the emperor rank. Zhao Shuren's all-out attack was many times more powerful than a king-rank powerhouse. In the pitch-black sky, a demonic emerald green flashed, as if the world had turned into a green ocean. Lu Buwei didn't dare to continue fighting, but Zhao Shi did his best to stall him. Tonight, you'll stay in our Zhao family as a lonely ghost. Zhao Shi sneered, and just like his brother, he used all his strength to surround and kill Lu Buwei. Ling Xiao, who wasn't far away, had already circled behind Zhao Shuren. He was frightened by the powerful energy of the emperor rank. After a short moment of shock, he took out the vampiric blade and shouted, come out and take over my body." At this time, Zhao Shiren and Zhao Shi were using all their strength to kill Lu Buwei. Zhao Shiren's senses were very sharp, and he immediately noticed Ling Xiao's presence. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to Ling Xiao, nor did he care about a mere king-rank powerhouse. He just glared at Ling Xiao and continued to use his spiritual energy to kill Lu Buwei in the shortest time possible. Lu Buwei had absorbed the 10,000-year stone emulsion, and his strength had reached the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor rank. However, it was extremely difficult for him to face two Earth Emperors at the same time. The spiritual energy in his body was greatly consumed, and he was secretly praying that Ling Xiao would act quickly. A cloud of black fog appeared soundlessly, separated into the darkness of the night, and no one could detect it. "What's that?" Zhao Shiren immediately cried out when he saw the strange black mist. "He. Obediently give up your body," the Demon Emperor said with a sinister smile, and then directly entered Zhao Shiren's face. He had absorbed a large number of remnant souls in the secret realm, and his soul force had recovered by a quarter. It was strong enough to devour the souls of Emperor-rank powerhouses. A Emperor-rank powerhouse's sea of knowledge was already quite strong, and his soul force had a certain degree of defensive ability. Zhao Shiren wouldn't just sit and wait to be devoured, and his soul began to resist with all its might. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to gather his spiritual energy, and an invisible ice sword flashed between his eyebrows. Skill Manipulation Sword Mark. Currently, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy in his sea of knowledge was very large, and his skill manipulation had reached the advanced stage. He could use his spiritual energy to evolve moves to attack the enemy. The invisible sword attack went straight for Zhao Shiren. Zhao Shiren was already having a hard time dealing with the Demon Emperor, and he didn't expect someone to attack his sea of knowledge. He screamed as his soul was digested, and the Demon Emperor took the opportunity to devour it. In just a moment, Zhao Shiren's injured soul was completely devoured by the Demon Emperor. Zhao Shiren didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at first, but because of his arrogance, Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor had the opportunity to take advantage of him. He was a mid-stage Earth Emperor, and he had died in such a sullen manner without even knowing it. It was truly a tragedy. "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Shi turned around and exclaimed at Zhao Shiren. The pressure on Lu Buwei was greatly reduced, and he quickly inhaled a breath of spiritual energy to recover his energy. He then smashed the silver halberd in his hand at Zhao Shi. The silver halberd flashed like lightning, streaking through the sky. Pfft! While Zhao Shi was distracted, he was ruthlessly smashed, and a terrifying wound appeared on his back. The Demon Emperor, who had already devoured Zhao Shiren, flew to Zhao Shi's side and asked, "Big brother, are you all right?" Zhao Shi didn't know that his second brother was already someone else, and he didn't guard against it. He endured the pain and shouted, "Second brother, quickly kill Lu Buwei. I will definitely make the Lu family restless." "Fine, watch me take your head." The Demon Emperor sneered, and his hand struck out like lightning. Zhao Shi wasn't on guard at all, and his head was grabbed by the Demon Emperor. "Second brother, you." Zhao Shi wanted to say something, but with a crack, his head was forcibly twisted off by the Demon Emperor. Then, just as the Demon Emperor was about to drink blood, he noticed Ling Xiao's cold gaze. He laughed dryly, tossed Zhao Shi's head away, and kicked. Bang! Zhao Shi's head immediately shattered. Not far away, the Zhao family's king's staircase saw this scene, and all the hairs on their bodies stood on end. They didn't understand what was going on. The old patriarch was killed by the guardian elder. What is going on? The guardian elder, he was hit by a demonic art. It must be like this. I heard that the young man knows demonic arts. It can't be, this demonic art can even control a monarch stage expert. Father. Second uncle, why did you kill my father? An old man quickly flew over and shouted. He was Zhao Shi's son, the current patriarch of the Zhao family. My good nephew, I'm really sorry. I accidentally killed your father, and now I'll send you to accompany him. The demon emperor said to the Zhao family's patriarch. He then reached out with his claw and grabbed the Zhao family's head by the neck. Patriarch, everyone, go save the patriarch. Elder Ren has been hit by a demonic art. One of the Zhao family's kings cried out and took out a profound artifact to attack the demon emperor. The demon emperor glanced at the king, and with a wave of his hand, the Zhao family's patriarch slammed into the king. At the same time, he formed two black claws and grabbed the two. Pft, pft. The Zhao family's patriarch and the king were torn into pieces without any resistance. Chapter 360. The night was as cold as water, and the sky was pitch black without the slightest bit of starlight. A patch of scarlet-red blood dyed the pitch-black night sky, adding to the frightening demonic atmosphere. The Zhao family's kings felt a chill run down their spine when they saw the demon emperor tear apart their patriarch and one of their elders. The demon emperor waved his hand and a ball of blood came to him and was sucked into his mouth. He unwillingly licked his lips and smiled. The taste of blood is really not bad. This time, it wasn't just the people of the Zhao family who felt fear, even Lu Buwei felt a chill run down his spine. Who took over the body of the Zhao family's second brother? Is this really a demonic technique? Lu Buwei thought doubtfully. What are you waiting for? There are emperor-level experts coming this way, kill the Zhao family first. Ling Xiao shouted. The people of the Zhao family cried out in alarm when they heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately fled in all directions. Although they were king-level experts, they weren't enough to deal with two emperor-level experts. If they didn't flee now, they would die. Hee, don't even think about escaping. The demon emperor smiled sinisterly. His entire body was shrouded in darkness. Like a bloodthirsty bat, he instantly appeared above a king stage expert. He grabbed with one hand and directly smashed the king stage expert's head into pieces. Then, he flashed towards the next person. Lu Buwei didn't mind. The silver dagger axe in his hand flashed with dazzling silver light, like lightning in the middle of the night. Ice birds danced chaotically as they reaped the lives of the king-level experts. Ah! A series of earth-shattering screams resounded throughout the entire Zhao family. The Zhao family's descendants rushed over one after another, only to find that their elders had been slaughtered. Blood dyed the sky and limbs were scattered everywhere. Many of the Zhao family's descendants were frightened out of their wits. They didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately fled in all directions. Stop! A thunderous voice came from not far away. Two figures moved as fast as lightning and instantly arrived in the sky above the Zhao family's back mountain. The newcomers were the two emperor-level experts of the Huang family. The earth-shattering sounds of fighting had already attracted their attention and they had no choice but to rush over immediately. After all, the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Zheng, was imprisoned here. Huang Lingji, the previous elder of the Huang family, was a low-level earth emperor and cultivated the wood element just like Zhao Shiren. Huang Linggu, the patriarch of the Huang family, had the strength of a middle-level earth sovereign realm cultivator. He mainly cultivated the earth element and his strength was not inferior to Zhao Shiren's. Huang Lingji, Huang Linggu, you've come at the right time. You've saved me the trouble of making a trip. Tonight, let's settle this. Lu Buwei's entire body was covered in sparkling ice armor. He looked like a silver knight, brandishing his silver dagger axes as he faced off against the Huang brothers. Huang Lingji laughed. Just based on you, Lu Buwei. Humph, brother Zhao Shiren alone can destroy you. Huang, Lu Wei, Zhao Shiren alone as you are as I can as you. The demon emperor was naturally happy to cooperate with Huang Lingji. He pointed at Lu Buwei and shouted, Lu Buwei, you killed a disciple of my Zhao family. The emperor of the battle as the emperor, the demon king of. And of as possible, the demon as of. As of as. By, he of. Of. The demon king charged at Lu Buwei and the two of them began to fight. Bursts of spirit chi energy shook the heavens and the skies shook incessantly, as the spirit chi collided with each other to create a brilliant glow. Everyone in the entire thousand-beast city could hear the heaven-shattering rumble. Zhao Shuren's aura is a little strange. It seems to have weakened a lot. Huang Lingu frowned. Zhao Shuren is injured? Looking at his spiritual chi, there seems to be something strange about it. There's a hint of black within the green. Could it be that his cultivation has gone berserk, causing his strength to plummet? Huang Lingji guessed with a joyful expression. Huang Lingu stroked his beard and nodded, that's possible. The battle between Lu Buwei and the Demon King was getting more and more intense. They were getting closer and closer to the two elders. Lu Buwei shouted, Zhao Shuren, you may be strong but you're seriously injured. I'll kill you tonight. Humph, I may be seriously injured but killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. The Demon King snorted. The two of them secretly exchanged glances and unleashed their strongest moves. Lu Buwei's silver halberd continued to swing, and the surrounding spiritual energy condensed into a solid iceberg. The temperature of the air instantly dropped by a large margin, and the surrounding flashed with ice crystals, like flying flowers in June, giving off a desolate sense of beauty. On the other side, the Demon Emperor's hands formed complicated hand seals and flashed with black and green light, giving off a very strange feeling. A powerful and dense baleful aura rushed into the sky, causing people to feel a cold killing intent. What kind of mysterious art did Zhao Shuren cultivate? His killing intent is so strong. Huang Lingji was surprised. He must have cultivated some demonic art. He must have suffered a backlash. Now that Lu Buwei has killed so many people from the Zhao family, he must be filled with killing intent. Huang Lingu sneered. The two exchanged glances and their faces flashed with undetectable sneers. Huang Lingji and Huang Lingu both knew in their hearts that they were not making a move now because they wanted Lu Buwei and Zhao Shuren to fight to the death, and in the end, they would be able to reap the benefits from it. At that time, wouldn't the thousand-beast city still belong to their Huang family? Although the Zhao and Huang family were allies, they were not united and each had their own ulterior motives. Just as Lu Buwei and the Demon King finished accumulating their power, all the trees on the mountain behind the Zhao residence were crushed to dust and the gravel was sent flying in all directions. Ling Xiao, who was standing not far away, was forced to dodge by the powerful energy. He exclaimed in his heart, "Emperors are really terrifying. I wonder how long it will take for me to step into that realm." Lu Buwei and the Demon King attacked at the same time and the two earth-shattering energies caused the sky to shake. Huang Lingji and Huang Lingu sneered, as if they could already see the moment when Lu Buwei and Zhao Shuren would perish together. Suddenly, the two bursts of energy changed the direction of their attacks and went straight towards Huang Lingji and Huang Lingu. The two of them were still sneering when they did not expect the powerful attacks to hit them. They were caught off guard and were instantly engulfed by the ice mountain and mist palm. Boom! Shocking ice crystals and snowflakes bloomed in the air, mixed with wisps of strange black mist. The entire thousand-beast city was shaken and shook, and the two bursts of energy blasted in that direction, almost flattened everything in that direction. The full power of two emperors' attacks was so terrifying. Well done. Ling Zhao's body was thrown far away by the blast of energy, but he was not injured in the slightest. He just cried out in joy. However, the two elders of the Huang family must have died a violent death. When the smoke dissipated, the two figures were still suspended in the air, not dead. Ah! Damn it, you! You played us! Huang Lingji hugged his broken arm and cried out in shock. That attack just now had turned his arm into dust. Huang Lingu was slightly better off at the side. His body was still intact, but his clothes were torn and tattered, and there were many wounds on him. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to have suffered serious injuries as well. The yellow armor on his body was glowing faintly. Take the elixirs. Huang Linggu threw a few elixirs to Huang Lingji and immediately swallowed one to recover. You two bastards! While my big brother is not here, you dare to plot against my Lu family's business. Don't even think of leaving here alive tonight. Lu Buwei also swallowed an elixir and shouted loudly, immediately brandishing his silver dagger axe towards the two of them. The demon emperor laughed coldly and naturally followed closely behind. Ling Xiao gathered his spirit power not far away, ready to give the two elders of the Huang family a fatal blow at any moment. Lu Buwei rushed towards Huang Lingji. Huang Lingji had lost an arm and his battle prowess had dropped drastically. Huang Lingji did not even think about it and called out to Huang Linggu, Patriarch, leave quickly. You leave first, I'll hold them back. A yellow shield and a light yellow broadsword appeared in Huang Linggu's hands. This shield and broadsword were not ordinary items and were the 5th-tier profound artifacts that Huang Linggu had relied on to become famous. He was also wearing a high-tier defensive armor, so even though he was injured, he still had the strength to fight. No, we have to stay, we have to stay. Huang Lingji gritted his teeth when he saw that Huang Linggu wasn't going to leave. A green longsword appeared in his hand as well. All of you, stay. Lu Buwei had already arrived and several ice birds flew out from his dagger axe towards the two Huang family elders. The ice birds let out a startled cry in midair and flew out, their beaks as sharp as high-tier profound artifacts. Huang Linggu held his yellow shield and took a step forward. Layers of yellow earthen walls surrounded him, but he still didn't look back as he shouted at Huang Lingji, Patriarch, leave quickly. The family still needs you to hold down the fort. I don't think they can do anything to me. The ice birds smashed into the thick earthen walls, causing ice crystals and gravel to fly everywhere. Huang Linggu held his yellow shield and was forced back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he still gritted his teeth and slashed at Lu Buwei with the broadsword in his other hand. The stone fragments on the ground were pulled up and formed a 10-meter-long broadsword that shot towards Lu Buwei. On the other side, the demon emperor's shadows shot towards Huang Lingji, his mouth constantly emitting owl-like cackles. He was like a reincarnated evil spirit that made people shudder. Dozens of corrosive black fog shadows shot towards Huang Lingji. These black fog shadows were like the tentacles of an 8-clawed cockroach, infinitely long and terrifying. The demon emperor had reached the peak of the emperor realm thousands of years ago, and his martial arts had reached the pinnacle. Even if his current body didn't match his element, he could still unleash a terrifying amount of power. Huang Lingji was scared out of his wits when he saw this, and he cried out in alarm, Dark element? Has Zhao Shuren already turned into a demon? He didn't have time to think about it, and the dozens of terrifying tentacles were already right in front of him. He waved the long sword in his hand, and streaks of green light bloomed, instantly chopping off many of the tentacles. Why does this feel so familiar? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Lingji's sword skills in astonishment. Huang Lingji fought the demon emperor with his crippled body, and although he was suppressed, he repeatedly used powerful sword skills to avoid danger. The other Lu Buwei and Huang Linggu had already fought above the Zhao family's courtyard. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy ripples almost flipped over the Zhao family's courtyard. The ancient pavilions collapsed one by one, and the towering trees were all turned to dust. The courtyard was filled with cries of alarm and pain. The Zhao family was completely finished under the aftermath of the battle between the two emperors. Chapter 361. Since the Thousand Beast City was under the control of the three major forces, there had been almost no major battles. Those who had provoked the three major forces here had all gone to hell. The Thousand Beast City, in the vast northwest, was a land of tranquility. Many people who committed the crime of murder in revenge would flee to this land to hide. For many years, the people in the Thousand Beast City had become accustomed to a peaceful life without struggle. Now there was an earth-shattering battle sound like peerless thunder, scaring everyone out of their wits. They all knew that this night would be the most turbulent night in the Thousand Beast City in the past 100 years. Some powerful rogue cultivators did not dare to rashly go to see what was going on. Because the strong tremors from the Zhao family made them feel a terrible lingering fear. What the hell is going on? Did the three major families start a war? Terrible aura, it's definitely an emperor-level expert. The Zhao family is finished, the power of an emperor-level expert is so terrible, no one can stop them unless the heavenly master comes out. It seems that the 100 years of peace will be over again. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. In the sky above the Zhao family's courtyard, two figures kept moving. Waves of terrible ice cones, snow, earth spikes, and earth walls were constantly bombarding each other. Waves of energy spread out. Lu Buwei was a peak low-level Earth Emperor, while Huang Linggu was a mid-level Earth Emperor. There was a gap between the two, but Huang Linggu was seriously injured by the sneak attack and could not exert his full power, so he was suppressed by Lu Buwei. In the sky above the Zhao family's back mountain, there was also an amazing battle. Huang Lingji had lost an arm. No one thought that he could withstand 3 moves from the Demon Emperor. However, the result surprised Ling Xiao. Huang Lingji had already fought with the Demon Emperor for more than 30 moves. Although it was obvious that he was losing, he was still struggling, and occasionally made a desperate counterattack, almost causing the Demon Emperor to suffer a loss. The more Ling Xiao watched, the more shocked he was. He felt that the high-level profound skill used by Huang Lingji was really familiar. This is the moon-cutting sword skill. After observing for a while, Ling Xiao finally remembered what sword skill it was. What Huang Lingji was using now was definitely the purple-level sword skill obtained from the heaven-suppressing sect in the secret territory. Ling Xiao was very familiar with the beheading moon sword, but Huang Lingji only used one arm, and his movements were slightly different, which made him recognize it after looking for a long time. They're still using the first 3 techniques. Could it be that the Huang family is a survivor of the sky-suppressing sect from 10,000 years ago? Ling Xiao guessed. The Jianghu sword was the secret art of the heaven-suppressing sect. It had always been sealed under the statue. Now, it had been completely imprinted in Ling Xiao's mind and could not be erased. It was impossible for the Huang family to obtain it. That was why he made such a guess. Huang Lingji had lost an arm, and even though he had a high-level sword skill to defend himself, he would not be able to hold on for long. The Demon Emperor let out a series of cold laughs and said, "Stop being stubborn and die obediently." The tentacles continued to wrap around Huang Lingji, and thick corrosive smoke rose wherever they went. Anyone who came into contact with even the slightest bit of it would probably rot into nothingness. Huang Lingji's protective divine light was getting weaker and weaker, and his essence blood was constantly flowing out, which made him feel very uneasy. Motherf *Ker, even if I have to die, I will drag one of you down with me. Huang Lingji's forehead was full of sweat. He already knew that he had reached his limit, so he let out a loud roar and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in the surroundings continuously surged towards him, and his aura once again reached its peak. "Second brother, don't." Huang Linggu, who was far away, sensed Huang Lingji's intention and turned around to shout. "Go die, white bird shakes the heavens." Lu Buwei grasped this critical opportunity, and the halberd in his hand shot out an ice bird that was close to 100 meters long. The ice bird screeched, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, sealing the world in ice. Huang Linggu hurriedly used his shield to block, and countless earth walls appeared around him. Unfortunately, because he was in too much of a hurry, his defense was not strong enough, and he was sent flying far away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. On the other side, Huang Lingji pounced towards the Demon Emperor with extreme speed, as if he wanted to perish together with the Demon Emperor. Huang Lingji's old face contorted into a sinister expression as he roared, "Come on, let's die together." The Demon Emperor was once a lord who fought everywhere, and he could tell at a glance that Huang Lingji wanted to explode his dantian to perish together with him. "Humph, even a heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to harm me, let alone a mere emperor-rank cultivator like you." The Demon Emperor's expression became a bit more suspicious, and he coldly snorted. Then, he quickly retreated, his hands continuously forming mysterious hand seals, and clouds of black fog began to gather. Dark prison. The Demon Emperor pushed his hands forward, and a huge cloud of black fog pressed down like the blue dome of heaven. The surrounding air was pushed away, and the nearby Ling Xiao was blown back dozens of meters. Huang Lingji's body was blocked by the black fog, and he tried his best to pass through it, but it was difficult for him to take even a single step. "No. I can't accept this." Huang Lingji was about to self-destruct, and his body was already starting to crack. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, and he gritted his teeth. He began to burn his blood essence to increase the impact. He was finally able to squeeze through the black fog in front of him, and he continued to fly toward the Demon Emperor. "F***ck your grandmother, a mere emperor-rank cultivator actually broke through my dark prison. But don't think you can drag me down with you." The Demon Emperor cursed as he retreated another few hundred meters, and his palms continued to release powerful black fog. The dark prison overlay blasted out 5 directions of black fog, and Huang Lingji was finally stopped 100 meters away from him. "No!" Huang Lingji could no longer suppress the aura of his self-destruction, and he let out a cry of unwillingness. His body was finally completely destroyed. Rumble. Huang Lingji began to self-destruct, and a powerful explosive storm burst forth like a Category 10 typhoon. It was as terrifying as peerless thunder. The Zhao family's backstage area was immediately blasted into a deep crater that was several hundred meters wide. The Demon Emperor and Huang Lingji had been affected the most recently, and he had expended a lot of energy as well. His entire body was injured by the shockwaves. Ling Xiao had long since fled, but his body was still shaken by the shockwaves, and he almost crashed into a boulder. Damn, the self-destruction of an emperor-rank cultivator is so terrifying. Ling Xiao patted his chest and cursed. "Second brother." Huang Linggu cried out in alarm. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to flee. "Lu Buwei, Zhao Shiren, this debt of blood will be repaid in blood in the future." Huang Linggu swore before he left. He knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Buwei and Zhao Shiren if he stayed, so he could only wait until he recovered from his injuries. "You want to escape?" "Not a chance." Lu Buwei was in high spirits. He knew that if he didn't make Huang Linggu stay tonight, the Lu family would definitely suffer a disaster in the future. Lu Buwei swallowed a spirit-increasing pill, and his entire body turned into a gust of icy wind that whistled towards Huang Linggu. Ling Xiao also ordered the Demon Emperor, "Hurry and stop him." The Demon Emperor nodded and took out a few healing pills from the spatial ring that had occupied his body. F***ck, what trash healing pills. The Demon Emperor already had a 4th-grade healing pill in his hand, which was extremely rare in the northwest region, but he had called it trash. If others were to hear this, how could they endure it? The Demon Emperor swallowed the pill and muttered, "His recovery is really slow." Then, he turned into a black mist and chased after Huang Linggu. Ling Xiao didn't mind, and he raised his wind attribute to the extreme. Coupled with Cloud Track's phantom, he turned into a series of afterimages as he chased after Huang Linggu. Huang Linggu was already injured, and even though he had taken a pill that increased his speed was still greatly reduced. He didn't dare to flee back to his family, so he could only flee towards the Myriad Beast Nest. He had just reached the periphery of the Myriad Beast Nest when Lu Buwei caught up. "Let's see where you can run to." Lu Buwei roared in alarm as he swept out with his silver halberd. Huang Linggu had no choice but to defend himself. The shield in his hand was worthy of being a 5th-grade profound artifact, and it took another blow from Lu Buwei. However, it only managed to push him back again without injuring him. Lu Buwei, do you really want to fight to the death? Huang Linggu shouted. Humph, why didn't you say that when your Huang and Zhao families came to bully our Lu family? Why did you say that we are from the same clan? My elder brother just died, and you want to seize the map fragment and the foundation of our Lu family? You guys are the first to act, and now you're blaming me? Just wait for your death. Lu Buwei snorted coldly as he continued to attack with his silver halberd. Huang Linggu didn't dare to continue fighting, and he turned around to flee again. He swore in his heart, when I recover from my injuries, I will definitely bathe your Lu family in blood. Unfortunately, just as he was about to flee in another direction, a figure blocked his path. Who else could it be other than the Demon Emperor who had caught up? Although the Demon Emperor couldn't unleash the strength of Zhao Shuren's middle-stage Earth Sovereign realm, he still had the cultivation he had from several thousand years ago. His speed naturally wouldn't be much slower than Lu Buwei and Huang Linggu. Heaven wants my Huang family dead. Huang Linggu looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. His expression was indescribably desolate. The Demon Emperor sneered as he clawed at Huang Linggu's chest. Lu Buwei's ice bird was like an awl as it pecked at Huang Linggu's back. You want to kill me? How can you do that without paying a price? Huang Linggu revealed the same expression as Huang Lingji from before. Huang Linggu's body shuddered as his clothes fell apart, revealing a set of earth-yellow armor that tightly wrapped around his body. At the same time, several dozen spiritual power-enhancing pills appeared in his hands. He swallowed several dozen 4th-grade pills in a single breath. These pills were all capable of increasing one's spiritual power. Normally, taking 1 or 2 pills at a time would be enough for him to digest for a period of time. However, he had swallowed all of them in a single breath. It was clear that he was planning to fight to the death. Boom! The Demon Emperor and Lu Buwei's powerful attacks landed on Huang Linggu's body, but they were repelled by a tyrannical aura. Come! Tonight, either you die, or I die. Huang Linggu's aura surged, and his battle intent surged as he slashed at Lu Buwei with his saber. The 3 Emperor-level cultivators began to battle. Shockwaves of spiritual energy shook the trees and weeds in a radius of several hundred kilometers. The low-grade spirit beasts were so frightened by the tyrannical aura that they lay on the ground, not daring to move. Ling Xiao stopped a kilometer away from the 3 of them. He didn't dare to get too close. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what he was going to do when he died. Ling Xiao stared intently at the battle between the 3 of them as he continued to comprehend new things in his mind. He had only just broken through to the monarch stage, and there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the Earth Sovereign stage. Being able to calmly watch a battle between 2 Emperor-level cultivators was a very good opportunity for him to comprehend new things. The 3 of them didn't know how long they had been fighting for, but the eastern sky was gradually turning bright. Ling Xiao calmly observed the battle, and his understanding of the Earth Sovereign stage's combat prowess increased quite a bit. In fact, he had even gained a few peculiar insights. Chapter 362. In the east, a few rays of sunlight pierced through the sky. The myriad beast lair was covered in lush greenery and spirit grass. Fragrant flowers bloomed, and tens of thousands of beasts cried out in unison. Outside of the myriad beast lair, everything within a few thousand meters was blasted to smithereens. Countless trees and spirit grass were scattered, and several mountains were flattened. The battle between 3 Emperor-class powerhouses was terrifying. Huang Linggu consumed a large number of medicinal pills and fought against Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor. After a few hours, his body finally couldn't take it anymore. Blood began to seep out of his skin and trickle out of his orifices. It was as if an evil spirit had been reborn, and it was quite terrifying. Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor weren't much better off. Both of them were injured, and their battle prowess had plummeted. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. No, I can't let this go on. I must make Huang Lingu disappear completely, Lu Buwei thought to himself. Suddenly, he wanted to take Huang Lingu down with him. He roared at the Demon Emperor, "You retreat first. I'll take him down with me." Although he didn't know who this Zhao Shiren was, he knew that he was related to Ling Xiao. He believed that Zhao Shiren wouldn't make things difficult for the Lu family after he died, which was why he made this decision. The Demon Emperor's expression flickered. In actuality, it would be more suitable for him to self-destruct. After all, this body didn't match his element, and it wasn't suitable for him to recover to his peak state. It was just that he hadn't obtained a physical body for long, and he didn't want to continue living as a soul. Just as Lu Buwei was about to take Huang Lingu down with him, Ling Xiao turned into a few afterimages and appeared 100 meters away from the three of them. He roared, "Senior Lu, retreat first. Let me deal with him." Lu Buwei didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so confident, but he still obeyed and retreated 100 meters. The Demon Emperor knew that Ling Xiao had something to rely on, so he also retreated. Huang Lingu roared, "Come. Didn't you want to kill me? What, are you afraid?" He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Who are you, you little bastard? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? I'll kill you first." Huang Lingu shouted. His broadsword transformed into a 100-meter-long earthen yellow blade shadow that chopped towards Ling Xiao. "Careful!" Lu Buwei exclaimed. Igaras helped Ling Xiao block the attack. The Demon Emperor, who was closest to Ling Xiao, did not make a move. After seeing Lu Buwei block that attack, a look of pity appeared in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care so much. He mobilized all the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. The hundreds of drops of mental energy liquid emitted a bright divine light and formed an ice and fire sword. Finally, it flew out from between his eyebrows. Sword Meteor. The traceless sword gleam and sword chi slashed towards Huang Guling's consciousness. How could Huang Guling have expected Ling Xiao to use such a method to destroy his sea of consciousness and soul? Huang Guling was a mid-tier earthly sovereign, and his soul force was quite solid. He was actually able to resist Ling Xiao's mental strangulation without dying. Although Huang Guling wasn't instantly killed, the damage to his soul still caused him to scream in pain. All the profound artifacts in his hands fell to the ground. Ling Xiao's face turned much paler, and he exclaimed to Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him." Only then did Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor recover their divine power. They quickly gathered the last of their energy and attacked Huang Lingu. Without any suspense, Huang Lingu was blasted into a puddle of blood. An Emperor stage expert had finally fallen. Ling Xiao finally heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Huang Guling die. He felt dizzy, and he almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao hurriedly landed on the ground, sat in meditation, and circulated the soul-controlling art to recover his mental energy. Heavily injuring two Emperor stage experts in a row was too much for him to bear. If he hadn't used the 10,000-year stone emulsion to strengthen his mental energy in the secret realm, it would have been quite difficult for him to heavily injure Huang Lingu. The strength of an Earth Sovereign stage expert's soul was definitely not something a monarch stage expert could compare to. Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor landed next to Ling Xiao, and both of them looked extremely shocked. Lu Buwei still didn't understand what secret technique Ling Xiao had used to heavily injure Huang Lingu, and he found it inconceivable. Could it be that he really knows demonic arts? First, he controlled Zhao Shiren, and now he invisibly injured Huang Lingu. This is too terrifying. I can only make friends with this kid, I can't make him my enemy. Lu Buwei thought resolutely in his heart. The Demon Emperor's expression flickered with uncertainty, and a faintly discernible murderous aura rose from him. In the end, he didn't make a move. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao stood up again, and his complexion was much rosier than before. He looked deeply at the demon emperor. "You want to kill me?" Lu Buwei jumped in fright. He thought that Zhao Shiren had lost control of himself, and he immediately wanted to stop him. Who knew that in the next moment, the demon emperor would bow deeply to Ling Xiao? This old servant wouldn't dare. "Humph, I know what you're thinking. You'd better be obedient, and I might even be able to help you recover your soul. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to live." Ling Xiao harshly barked. The demon emperor had left half of his divine soul in Lu Sheng's consciousness, and Lu Sheng could almost sense what the demon emperor was thinking. As long as the demon emperor had any evil thoughts, Lu Sheng would immediately use the blue demon flame to extinguish that divine soul. This old servant understands. This old servant definitely won't have a second time, the demon emperor said humbly. When he thought of Ling Xiao's previous soul attack abilities, he thought of some distant legends. That was the reason why he was so afraid. Lu Buwei looked at the two of them in confusion, and his admiration for Ling Xiao grew even more. This boy is really a dragon among men. Even a supreme master like Zhao Shiren is under his control. In this northwest region, he can sweep away all the younger generation. Even the older generation will have to keep a respectful distance from him, Lu Buwei thought with emotion. Ling Xiao no longer paid any attention to the demon emperor and walked around in a circle before returning in disappointment. At this time, the demon emperor spread out his palm and respectfully asked Ling Xiao, "Master, are you looking for this?" Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he saw the space ring in the demon emperor's hand and immediately snatched it, shouting, "Why didn't you take it out earlier? You made this young master look for it everywhere." Every Earth Sovereign Realm Master's space ring contained a lot of treasures, so Ling Xiao naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to collect his spoils of war. Ling Xiao put away the space ring and said to Lu Buwei, "Senior should go back and clean up the Huang family." Lu Buwei nodded and said, "Yes, it's time to send them on their way." After a pause, he bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "This old man thanks little friend for your kindness. If you need my Lu family's help in any other way, Lu Buwei will not even frown. Senior is too serious, I'm only doing this for myself." Ling Xiao replied humbly as he helped Lu Buwei up. Ling Xiao's words were the truth. He had only dealt with the Zhao and Huang families for the transmission array, and helping the Lu family was just a coincidence. One day later, under the joint efforts of two Emperor Stage Masters, the Huang family was completely removed from the Thousand Beast City, and the remaining Zhao family members were also killed by the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Zheng, and a large number of experts. Only a small number of people from the Zhao and Huang families escaped into the Thousand Beast Lair, and their whereabouts were unknown. The Lu family's strong retaliation shocked everyone in the Thousand Beast City. They had never thought that what had been a joyous marriage alliance yesterday would turn into a bloodbath the next night. No one knew the reason behind it, but they all knew that the Lu family's iron fist had proven that they would be the future rulers of the Thousand Beast City. After destroying the Zhao and Huang families, the Lu family announced a month of lockdown, and no one was allowed to leave the Thousand Beast City. They had to take advantage of this month's time to completely consolidate the Zhao and Huang families' properties, and no one in the outside world must know about this. Otherwise, someone would take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, and disrupt their hard-earned fruits of victory. Under the arrangements of Lu Buwei and Lu Zheng, the Lu family was reorganizing the Thousand Beast City in an orderly manner. Ling Xiao had not left, but was inspecting his spoils in a loft arranged by the Lu family. Ling Xiao had 3 spatial rings in his hands, one from Zhao Shiren, which was the one the Demon Emperor used to wear. Another was obtained by the Demon Emperor when he killed Zhao Shi, and the last one was from Huang Guling. These 3 spatial rings all came from an Emperor stage expert, which meant that they must be very rich. Ling Xiao closed the door and studied them carefully. Ling Xiao threw Zhao Shiren's spatial ring to the Demon Emperor and said, "Open it and see if there's anything good inside." The Demon Emperor had taken over Zhao Shuren's body, and was the master of the spatial ring, and only he could open it. The Demon Emperor followed Ling Xiao's instructions and took out everything from the spatial ring. Ling Xiao looked at the items that occupied half the room, and his eyes were shining. I'm rich. I'm rich, no wonder so many people like to rob others, what a great harvest. Ling Xiao exclaimed and began to inspect the items, at least 2,000 high-grade Xian crystals, 15,000 mid-grade Xian crystals, 280,000 low-grade Xian crystals, TSK, they're all mine, all mine. Ling Xiao ignored the Demon Emperor and put on a greedy face as he kept all the Xian crystals. The three great families had controlled the transmission array for many years, and their wealth was not something others could imagine. Following that, Ling Xiao looked at the pills and knew that the highest grade was only stage 4. He picked out 2 bottles of healing pills and threw the rest back to the Demon Emperor. He was an alchemist, so as long as he had spirit herbs, he would not lack pills, unless it was a high-grade pill that he could not refine. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs again. Most of them were stage 4, and there were not many stage 5 ones. There were 3 that were extremely precious. A 5-star lotus, a water attribute spirit herb with an extremely strong recovery ability. Any severed limb could be reattached within 2 hours as long as it consumed the 5-star lotus. It was a rare healing panacea. A green ginseng, a 1,000-year-old ginseng king that looked like a wooden man, had absorbed a large amount of wood attribute essence, and was a top-grade spirit herb for wood attribute martial artists. Not only could it increase one's lifespan, it could also strengthen the defense of wood attribute martial artists and increase the number of top-grade spirit herbs that could comprehend wood attribute energy. Even Lu Wang, who was in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness, wanted to take it for himself. The other stalk made Ling Xiao the happiest. It was actually a soul grass, a rare spirit herb that could strengthen one's Sea of Consciousness and strengthen one's soul. A stalk of soul grass could greatly increase his spiritual force. To the Demon Emperor, it was also an extremely important spirit herb. Absorbing it could recover a lot of his soul force. However, that would only waste a large portion of its essence and would not be able to display its true use. Only by gathering other spirit herbs and refining a stage 5 soul-mending pill would it be able to display its true divine effects. Ling Xiao held the stalk of soul grass and said to the Demon Emperor, "Be loyal to me, and I can refine a soul-mending pill that will allow you to recover another quarter of your soul." The Demon Emperor took a light breath and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "This old servant is already Master's most loyal servant." Chapter 363. Ling Xiao finished inspecting the things in Zhao Shuren's space ring and said with some dissatisfaction, "Only this much, I'm really ashamed to face a powerhouse." If Zhao Shuren heard these words, he would probably come back from the dead and die from anger. His collection couldn't be said to be an earth-shattering treasure, but for any king stage expert, it was definitely an astonishing wealth. Just those profound crystals alone could be auctioned off for countless precious things. There were also those 5th-order spirit grasses, which were enough to make many king stage experts go crazy. In addition, those 4th-order and 5th-order profound weapons, beast cores, and rare refining materials, any one of them would be a great harvest. Not to mention there were 2 green-rank profound skills and 1 blue-rank profound skill. If these 3 profound skills were to be placed in any auction house in the Northwest, it would probably attract countless people to compete for them. This brat was really trying to show off after obtaining Ping Yi. Besides leaving the pills for the Demon Emperor, Ling Xiao put away everything else. He still didn't completely trust the Demon Emperor. If he betrayed him one day, these things would be gone, so he felt safe keeping them by his side. Then, Ling Xiao picked up Zhao Runi's space ring, rubbed his hands, and began to inspect it. With a glance, the profound crystal flowers inside the space ring appeared, dazzling Ling Xiao's eyes. "Damn, so much!" Ling Xiao exclaimed as he swallowed. The Demon Emperor tactfully withdrew from the room, a bit of disdain in his eyes, as if saying, "Such a small thing is worth making a fuss about, how ignorant." Ling Xiao took a closer look, and the smile on his face grew wider. He found that there were 5,000 mysterious crystals of upper level, 35,000 mysterious crystals of middle level, and as many as 600,000 mysterious crystals of lower level. It was much richer than Zhao Shuren's collection. Back in Meteor City, it was extremely difficult for the great families to take out a few profound crystals, but here, there were hundreds of thousands of profound crystals. It was like comparing a rich person to a beggar, the difference was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao cleaned up his gaff and went to look at other things. He realized that although Zhao Shuren was stronger than Zhao Shi still had a lot more good things. After all, he was the head of a generation, and even if his wealth was not half of the Zhao clans, it was still a third. This is a Tier 5 high-tier immortal vine. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the sparkling and translucent spiritual herb that was exuding waves of rustling qi. The immortal vine and the 5-color bottle-gourd holy fruit were top-grade spirit herbs that were comparable to 6th-grade spirit herbs. Their effects were extremely shocking, and even Earth Sovereign Realm experts would fight to the death for them. As the name suggested, it was called the Celestial Vine. It was shaped like a celestial ascending into the heavens, and the spiritual energy it contained was dense and flawless. It was a spirit herb with no attribute, and any martial artist could absorb it. It could strengthen their physique, greatly increase their spiritual energy, and raise their attributes. The above effects were not the most tempting. The other effect that was worth going crazy over was the ability to refine immortal astral battle qi. The immortal astral battle qi was a kind of supreme might that could increase one's battle intent and weaken the enemy's aura. In a battle between experts, besides strength, a fearless and invincible conviction was also required. Only in this way would one be able to display the best state of battle. The effects of the immortal astral battle qi should not be underestimated. If a low-tier Earth Sovereign Realm expert consumed this spirit herb, the expert would be able to display the powerful aura of a mid-tier Earth Sovereign Realm expert, and he would be able to suppress and defeat opponents of the same level. This was the most precious aspect of the Celestial Vine. However, in Ling Xiao's hands, the effects of the Celestial Vine were even greater. He was able to refine something called the Immortal Heaven Pill. The Immortal Heaven Pill was a top-grade 5th-grade medicinal pill that could double the effects of the Immortal Heaven Pill. This was sufficient to show how precious this medicinal pill was. A single Immortal Heaven Pill could allow any spirit master to directly advance to the Monarch Realm, and it could allow any low-tier Monarch Realm expert to advance 2 levels to the high-tier Monarch Realm. It could also allow any Earth Sovereign Realm expert to reach the peak of that minor realm. No matter who consumed it, they would possess the immortal astral battle qi and increase their combat strength. Although the effects of the Immortal Heaven Pill were abnormal, the supplementary spirit herbs needed to concoct it were also extremely precious. In addition to the main spirit herb, the Celestial Vine, it also required many 4th and 5th grade spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were not easy to find. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely consume the Celestial Vine immediately. Even an ordinary alchemist would not wait to use it to concoct medicine. After all, every 4th and 5th grade spirit herb was extremely precious and hard to find. Who knew how long it would take to gather all the spirit herbs? Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a rather rich collection, and he had obtained many 3rd to 5th grade spirit herbs in the secret realm. He only needed to find a few more spirit herbs, and he would be able to gather enough spirit herbs to concoct the Immortal Heaven Pill. Fortunately, that old fellow didn't recklessly waste natural resources. He's really lucky, Ling Xiao muttered excitedly. One had to know that the Celestial Vine was not that easy to find. Furthermore, every Celestial Vine would be guarded by a 5th grade spirit beast. Even if one discovered it, they might not necessarily have the ability to obtain it. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao was so happy. Oh, there's also a 4,000-year-old gloomy tongue orchid. That's a precious water attribute spirit herb. Once I get back, I can give it to Meng Qi to cultivate a monarch pill. It'll help her quickly break through to the emperor realm. Ling Xiao had found another high 5th grade spirit herb. The gloomy tongue orchid's leaves were as blue as water and shaped like the tip of a tongue. Spiritual energy swirled around it, and it was obvious that this spirit herb was extraordinary. After a round of inspection, it was another large harvest. It could be said that in the vast Northwest, he could already be counted as one of the richest people. Even the sect's previous generation elders might not necessarily be as wealthy as him. What kind of rotten thing is this? Ling Xiao took out a tattered piece of beast skin. Looking at it, he found that there were some lines drawn on it. It can't be some kind of treasure map, right? Ling Xiao guessed. Afterwards, Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it and still had it stay. Zhao Shi was the dignified patriarch of a generation, so the things he collected would definitely not be rotten. This map should also contain some secrets. Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to throw away an incomplete map like it was trash. After Ling Xiao sorted out all the things in Zhao Shi's space ring, he began to inspect Huang Lingu's space ring. As the Huang family's patriarch and number 1 expert, Huang Lingu's collection naturally wouldn't be too embarrassing. Mysterious crystals, spirit herbs, beast cores, these were definitely essential. Finally, a similar tattered piece of beast skin appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and there were also lines drawn on it. Ling Xiao combined the two pieces of map together and found that the joints were extremely consistent. It was obvious that they were the same piece of beast skin, but the other third was missing. Could it be that these 3 families have some kind of relationship? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully as he looked at the 2 pieces of beast skin. At that moment, the demon emperor's voice sounded from outside the door, "Master, the Lu family's 2 young ladies request an audience." Ling Xiao packed up everything and walked over to open the door. He saw that Lu Fang and Lu Jing had already arrived at the entrance of the room. The 2 women were dressed in different colored silk satin, which made their exquisite and well-proportioned figures extremely proud and alluring. Their delicate faces had a bashful expression, which made them look lovely and charming. If the 2 young ladies have something to say, just send someone to inform me. Ling Xiao will naturally go over. There is no need to trouble the 2 of you to come in person, Ling Xiao said politely. He knew that the 2 women in front of him should have a good impression of him, but his heart wasn't here, so he naturally didn't want to defile these 2 pure women. Thus, he could only use politeness to distance himself from them. You are our benefactor and our Lu family's distinguished guest, how could we dare be disrespectful to you? Lu Fang replied with a slightly disappointed expression. She was intelligent, so how could she not hear that Ling Xiao was trying to distance himself? When she thought of how her naked body had been clearly seen by him, her heart was filled with embarrassment and sadness. She was the dignified young miss of the Lu family, and had countless suitors in the 1,000-beast city. She had always been dismissive of them, and it was rare for her to meet a man who could make her heart flutter. You don't need to call me benefactor. If you treat me as a friend, just call me by my name. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Lu Jing took a step forward, her chest almost touching Ling Xiao's chest as she said lovingly, "Then you can call me Little Jing, and I'll call you Brother Xiao, all right?" Faced with Lu Jing's bold enthusiasm, Ling Xiao couldn't take it. He took a step back and said with a smile, "No problem." After a pause, he asked, "May I know what business you have with me? Can't I come to you for no reason?" Lu Jing was rather displeased with Ling Xiao's reaction and she said with a pout of her lips. Lu Fang tugged at Lu Jing and said, "My father and second grandfather would like to invite benefactor to the living room for a chat. They have something important to discuss." "Oh, it seems to be about the transmission array." Ling Xiao muttered, and then said, "Then let's go now, don't let Master Lu and Senior Lu wait for too long." Lu Fang took the lead and walked back, but Lu Jing hugged Ling Xiao's arm and wanted to walk with him. Ling Xiao's face turned slightly red and said, "Little Jing. That Men and women shouldn't touch each other. It's not good if others see it. In fact, he was thinking in his heart, it doesn't look very big, but it feels quite full. When Lu Jing heard this, not only did she not let go, but she hugged him even tighter and said, "Humph, why should we be so calculative?" Ling Xiao was speechless. This was the first time he had met such a passionate woman. If it was before, he would have pushed her down and said it. But now that he had something important to do, he couldn't be delayed by the feelings of a woman, not to mention that he couldn't give her any promises. When he arrived at the hall, Lu Buwei and Lu Zheng were already waiting, as well as a group of Lu family's king-level elders. When they saw Ling Xiao walking over, they all stood up to welcome him. Lu Buwei and Lu Zheng strode forward and enthusiastically pulled Ling Xiao's hand to the guest seat. Lu Buwei cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Ling, this time the Lu family was able to turn misfortune into fortune and preserve the family business. On behalf of the Lu family, I am extremely grateful. If there is anything we need from the Lu family in the future, we will definitely not delay it." Lu Buwei had previously made this promise to Ling Xiao alone, and now that he had said it in front of Lu Zheng and the other elders, it was a confession of his promise to Ling Xiao, and it was not just a random promise. It also showed his sincerity towards Ling Xiao. Lu Zheng also said, "That's right, although our Lu family is not a wealthy family, but in the Thousand Beast City, our words are absolute. Young hero Ling can treat this place as his own home. If there is anything you need help with, just let us know." All the elders of the Lu family were curious about Ling Xiao's identity, and they were all speculating, could it be that the destruction of the Zhao and Huang families had something to do with this young man? Otherwise, why would the guardian elders and the patriarch make such a solemn promise? Chapter 364. Ling Xiao went straight to the point, "Senior Lu, Head Lu, you're being too serious. I only have one request." "What request does Brother Ling have?" "As long as it's within the Lu family's capabilities, we'll do our best." Lu Buwei patted his chest. "I have an important matter to attend to in the southern wasteland. Please open the teleportation portal for me," Ling Xiao replied. Liu Zheng laughed, "Young hero Ling, this isn't much of a request. Originally, I had already promised to help you with the teleportation array, but the Zhao and Huang clans were too overbearing. Now that young master wants to use the teleportation array, I will naturally open it for you." Lu Buwei also said, "That's right, this isn't a request. Brother Ling, please make another request." Ling Xiao replied, "Since I can use the portal, I don't have any other requests. I just want to get to the southern wasteland as soon as possible. Please help me arrange it." "How can that be? Brother Ling, you have given my Lu family a new lease on life, how can we not repay your kindness?" Lu Buwei quickly said, pausing for a moment, he then said, "How about this, my Lu family has a lot of things in the collection room, Brother Ling, you can choose from them, as long as you like them, feel free to take them." "Senior Lu is too polite. You don't have to do this. I'm only dealing with the Zhao and Huang families to protect myself," Ling Xiao replied. "Alright, brother, there's no need to delay it any further. You've done a great favor for my Lu family. If my Lu family doesn't do anything, others will think that we're ingrates," said Lu Buwei, slightly displeased. Ling Xiao saw Lu Buwei's insistence and could only nod, "If that's the case, then I won't refuse." Just as Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei were about to walk towards the treasury, LV Jing quietly walked to her father's side and gently pulled on his sleeve. Her eyes were filled with infinite anticipation. Then, she turned around and pulled her sister out of the hall. LV Jing looked at his two daughters and sighed in his heart, girls of age really can't be kept at home. Following that, he called out to LV Buwei and Ling Xiao who were about to leave, "Second uncle, young hero Ling, don't be in such a hurry." He then asked Ling Xiao, "Young hero Ling, do you have a family?" Ling Xiao was puzzled by Lu Zheng's question. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "I've already found a wife." Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his inexplicable marriage with the priestess, and how he treated her sincerely in the end. He felt that it was very unrealistic, but it was so real, and his heart was warm. He still hadn't realized that in his heart, the priestess position had already risen to the same level as Yunmengqi's. "What do you mean by concubines?" LV Zheng asked with an unnatural expression. Ling Xiao shook his head, indicating that he did not. LV Zheng then asked, "Then has young hero Ling ever thought of taking a concubine?" Before Ling Xiao could say anything, LV Bui at the side said impatiently, "Zheng, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" LV Zheng smiled awkwardly and said to Ling Xiao seriously, "I want to betroth my 2 daughters to young hero Ling as concubines. I wonder what young hero Ling thinks about it." When those words came out, not only did Ling Xiao become stunned, even the LV family's elders had their mouths agape in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The LV family was now the strongest in the Thousand Beast City, and the status of the LV family's 2 daughters had only risen. With the LV family's current power, they wouldn't feel disrespectful even if they were to betroth the young clan lord of any other clan. However, when they heard their patriarch's words, it seemed that he wanted his 2 daughters to be concubines to the young man before them. They were thinking too highly of him. Although the young man possessed extraordinary powers and was worthy of their young miss, but to send 2 young misses to be concubines, that was just too damaging to their status. If it had been any other young master, letting one of the young misses to be his legal wife would have made that young master overjoyed. The current situation was just too different from what the LV family's elders had imagined. They couldn't help but wonder, could this young man really have an extraordinary background? But then again, the 2 young misses were the 2 most beautiful flowers in the Thousand Beast City. They felt that no matter who asked such a question, no one would refuse it. Which man didn't like to have women on his left and on his right? What's more, they were sending a sheep into the mouth of a tiger, who wouldn't swallow it? However, Ling Xiao's answer made them want to curse and swear. Ling Xiao shook his head and refused, "Patriarch LV, I appreciate your kindness. I am in such a hurry to go to the southern wilderness now to find a way to prolong my wife's life. She doesn't have many days left and I really don't have the heart to think about love." Ling Xiao's words didn't have the slightest bit of hypocrisy. He really was in a hurry to find the Heaven Gu divine art to prolong the life of the priestess. If he agreed to LV Zheng's suggestion at this time, could he still be considered a human? He wouldn't even be able to live with his own conscience. How could he talk about the great dream of having women on his left and right? LV Zheng and Lu Bui could hear the determination in Ling Xiao's words and could only sigh in their hearts. At this time, LV Jing ran in from outside. Her beautiful eyes were slightly misty and she said firmly, "You can't possibly spend your whole life to save your wife, right? I can wait. After you save your wife, I can be your concubine, even if I'm just a servant, I won't regret it." After saying that, tears flowed down her beautiful eyes. She turned and ran out of the hall, and then came the words, "I'll wait for you my whole life." Ling Xiao's firm heart suddenly felt like it had been struck by lightning, and he felt a little breathless. He really didn't expect LV Jing to be so stubborn, saying such words in front of so many people. It was obvious that she had set her eyes on a lifetime of happiness. If Ling Xiao really didn't come back, would she still have any happiness in this lifetime? Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, perhaps time will fade away everything. After Ling Xiao and Lu Bui arrived at the Lu family's collection room, Ling Xiao only picked a few high-grade spirit grasses and didn't take anything else. He had already plundered the entire collection of the 3 monarch stage masters, which was already a very big harvest. How could a person be so greedy? If others were to hear this, they would likely curse out loud, "You're not greedy, you're greedy." Just before Ling Xiao was about to leave the Lu family and head to the transmission array, he took out the 2 map fragments and asked, "Senior, have you seen these 2 map fragments before?" When Lu Buwei saw these two map fragments, he couldn't hide his shock. Did you get them from their space rings? Lu Buwei took the map and asked excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes. At this time, Lu Buwei also took out another map fragment, and the three map fragments were pieced together to form a complete route map. The map fragments in Lu Buwei's hands proved what Ling Xiao was thinking. The Zhao, Huang, and Lu families must have some unknown secrets. Lu Buwei stared at the three map fragments and finally let out a long sigh. 10,000 years, a whole 10,000 years, I didn't expect these three map fragments to reunite one day. Unfortunately, everything has become the past, what's the point of keeping them? Then, he handed the three map fragments to Ling Xiao and said, brother, you can keep these three map fragments. If one day you go to the Central Territory, perhaps you can come here and take a look. Maybe you'll find a great opportunity, but don't take this risk before you reach the Empyrean realm, or else you'll die. Ling Xiao took the map fragments and asked in surprise, Senior, what's going on? Lu Buwei reluctantly looked at the three map fragments in Ling Xiao's hands and sighed. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window and looked into the distance. This is a map of a secret realm left behind by my heaven-suppressing sect's ancestor. You're the heaven-suppressing sect. Ling Xiao almost trembled and dropped the map fragment in his hand. The heaven-suppressing sect was the most powerful 6th-grade sect in the history of the Northwest, and it already had the foundation of a 5th-grade sect. It had already disappeared in the long river of history 10,000 years ago. But now, there were still disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect in front of them. This was truly shocking, but at the same time, it was also extremely puzzling. Afterwards, Lu Buwei slowly explained the origins of the Lu family. In the past, the ancestors of Lu, Zhao, and Huang were all powerful elders of the heaven-suppressing sect. Their strength was already at the Empyrean realm, and they were almost invincible in the Northwest. The ancestors of these three families were also good friends. They traveled the world together and stepped into the Central Territory, where they coincidentally obtained a map of a secret realm. It was said that the final destination of this map was the existence of the secret realm where one could become an emperor. When the ancestors of the three families heard this news, they immediately rushed back to their sects to inform them, intending to mobilize the entire sect to go to the secret realm and obtain a peerless opportunity. But because of this map, it caused a great disaster to Mi Tian. The ancestors of the three families seem to have predicted this and arranged for their descendants to leave the sections. Not long after, people from the Central Territory came and killed their way into the heaven-suppressing sect. In one night, the heaven-suppressing sect was completely annihilated, not a single person survived, and they even set up a powerful restriction to seal the heaven-suppressing sect. The descendants of the Lu, Zhao, and Huang families luckily avoided the disaster and survived. The people of the three families divided the map fragment into three parts and hid in different cities, concealing their names and starting to flourish. After thousands of years, the three families finally returned to the Thousand Beast City based on the clues left by their ancestors. The three families used the map fragment as evidence to prove each other's identity, and from then on, they started to take root in the Thousand Beast City. After all, the Thousand Beast City was a city directly under the heaven-suppressing sect. They had always wanted to break the restriction of the heaven-suppressing sect and obtain the inheritance of the heaven-suppressing sect. Unfortunately, their strength was limited and in the end, they didn't know. Then, the elders of one of the sects found the location of the heaven-suppressing sect. But with just the strength of one sect, it was impossible to break the restriction. Later, when the various sects learned of this, they had no choice but to gather everyone to break the restriction here. As the descendants of the heaven-suppressing sect, the Lu, Zhao, and Huang families naturally didn't want to see this. But the strength of the three families couldn't be compared to the sections. In the end, they made a compromise, allowing the sects to split the things in the heaven-suppressing sect, but they agreed that no one from the sects could cause trouble in the Thousand Beast City, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed. At that time, the three families each had several Earth Emperor stage cultivators, which was comparable to the top 8th rank sects, so the sects didn't dare to be too presumptuous. With the agreement of the three 7th rank sects, all the sects acknowledged the independent ownership of the three families in the Thousand Beast City. After listening to Lu Buwei's story, Ling Xiao finally understood the beginning of the matter. He also understood why the heaven-suppressing sect, which was infinitely close to becoming a 5th rank sect, would disappear in the long river of history. The reason was because of the 3 map fragments in his hands, and he also understood why the sects didn't dare to cause trouble here. All of this was agreed between the 3 families and the sections. Chapter 365. Nantian City was located at the border between the northwest and the southern wilderness. It was also the border between the Dragon Sea Pavilion and the Great River Sect. Nantian City was not a city with a long history. It had only been developed for a few hundred years, but it was more prosperous than the Beast City. It was because this city was an important area on the border between the southwest and the north. It was an important link for the trade between the two regions. The population of this city was the highest in the northwest and the southern wasteland. The trade activities were frequent, and the trade of martial artists was endless. Among them, there was even the largest auction of the Dong family, which was famous far and near. The Dong family was the most powerful family in Nantian City. The reason why Nantian City was so prosperous was because of the Dong family. It was said that the Dong family's ancestor came to the Central Heaven region and settled in Nantian City. He began to control Nantian City with iron and blood. Since then, the Dong family had the final say in Nantian City. For hundreds of years, no one dared to challenge the Dong family's position. The Dong family was like the sun in the sky. Even a 7th grade sect didn't dare to provoke the Dong family. More than 200 years ago, the Dong clan's patriarch had already stepped into the Celestial Lord stage and became a top expert of his generation. The Dong clan's disciples were also abnormally powerful. There were more than 10 Earth Emperor stage disciples, and the number of King stage disciples was not much less than any other sect. The number of Spirit Masters was as many as the hairs on a cow. With such strength, which sect would have the audacity to provoke the Dong clan? Moreover, none of these were the main reasons why the Dong clan was so powerful. The Dong clan was able to obtain its current status entirely because it had a 5th-tier alchemist. This was the reason why the Dong clan could continue to prosper. A grade 5 alchemist was an extremely respected existence no matter where they went. Even the sect leader of a 7th grade sect would have to treat him with respect and would not dare to show any disrespect. In the entire Northwest, the number of 5th grade alchemists could be counted on one hand. It showed how difficult and rare it was to improve an alchemist's level. This 5th grade alchemist was the sworn brother of the Dong family's ancestor. He had always been the most respected elder of the Dong family. Furthermore, the Dong clan's auction house had been flourishing because of the high-grade medicinal pills he had provided. Now, Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor appeared in Nantian City. With one foot, they were still in the Thousand Beast City, and with the next, they had stepped into a completely foreign land. The distance between the Thousand Beast City and Nantian Nan was rather far, and if one were to fly there, they would need to spend several years before they could reach there. On the other hand, the transmission array only needed the blink of an eye to arrive. From this, one could see how convenient it was for an Empyrean to construct such a spatial transmission channel. After a series of twists and turns, Ling Xiao finally embarked on his journey to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. There was still a year and a half before the priestess Heaven Gu constitution would erupt. Ling Xiao had to rush to the ancestral land of the Gu race during this time to see if he had the opportunity to obtain the Heaven Gu divine technique. At the moment, Ling Xiao didn't have the time to think so much. The world was boundless, and he wanted to find a lost divine art without any clues. This was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the hope was very slim. Ling Xiao shook his head, trying to make himself forget about the troubles, his mind replaying the scene where he had left the Thousand Beast City earlier. When he thought of Lu Fang and Lu Jing's reluctant eyes, Ling Xiao felt that he was committing a crime. These two delicate beauties had already been delivered to his mouth, but they still didn't dare to take it. Damn it, am I still a man now? Ling Xiao cursed in a low voice for no reason. Ling Xiao shook his head and began to walk towards the city gate with the demon emperor. Just as they approached the city gate, Ling Xiao found that there were quite a number of martial artists riding various kinds of mounts into the city. There were third-grade coyotes, third-grade scarlet flame tigers, third-grade phantom leopards, third-grade lightning eagles. Dozens of different kinds of spirit beasts gathered together, looking very spectacular and lively. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This. Could there have been a war? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully for no reason. It should be known that no matter which city it was generally forbidden to ride spirit beasts into the city to avoid disturbing the civilians in the city. Like South Sky City, besides the fact that there was a war, Ling Xiao really couldn't figure out what was going on. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk towards the city gate, a voice suddenly rang out. The sound of spirit beasts galloping came from behind. Everyone get out of the way, Miss Dong is going back to the city, a voice called from behind. Master, be careful, the demon emperor exclaimed. Ling Xiao only felt a few powerful auras approaching from behind. He frowned and immediately dodged to the side. Fortunately, he moved quickly, otherwise he would have been turned into meat paste by a group of spirit beasts. A wave of smoke billowed and dust flew everywhere. A group of spirit beasts riding third-grade ardent cloud lions galloped towards the city at an extremely fast speed. All the martial artists at the city gate were so frightened that they dodged in all directions. No one dared to stop them. Ling Xiao ate a stomach full of dust and couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, they're rushing to throw themselves at me. Humph, a mere king stage martial artist dares to be so unscrupulous. Do you want this old servant to teach them a lesson? The demon emperor said through voice transmission. Forget it, we've just arrived here, it's not good to act rashly. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. After that group of people entered the city, the other martial artists actually didn't have any complaints and continued to enter the city. What's going on? Could it be that some great power is making them angry but don't dare to say anything? Ling Xiao thought in confusion. Afterwards, Ling Xiao prepared to pay the gold coins to enter the city. Who knew that the guard at the gate would sneer and say, it's obvious that you've just come from outside and don't know the rules. We don't accept gold coins here, we only accept Xian crystals. If you don't have Xian crystals, please take a detour. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen a city that charged such a fee. They didn't accept gold coins, only Xian crystals. This was something that had never happened before in any city. Ling Xiao didn't think that the other party was tricking him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to argue with the guard, a fatty beside him came over and said in a low voice, I say, brother, you can tell that you don't have any Xian crystals, right? I have some here. Do you want them? The fat man looked to be about 25 years old, but his body was like a barrel. His double chin trembled when he smiled, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. One look and you could tell that he was a profiteer. At this time, the guard laughed and said, Fatty Wei, you're here to pick up Ping Yi again. It was obvious that this fatty often appeared here. The guards of the city were already so familiar with him. The fat man laughed dryly, this young master. I'm in a difficult position, how can I say that I'm picking up Ping Yi? Ling Xiao didn't answer. Another few cultivators entered the city, and they all handed over 5 pieces of low-grade Xian-grade crystal as promised. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was sure that this city was different from the others. He muttered in his heart, if I had known earlier, would have asked Senior Lu about the situation in Nantian City. I say, brother, do you want to exchange for Xian crystals? As long as you can take out a level 3 spirit grass, a Xian artifact, or some kind of Xian skill, it's fine. The fatty approached Ling Xiao and said with a flattering look. Ling Xiao chuckled, I still have a few Xian crystals, there's no need to be polite. With that, Ling Xiao handed over 10 Xian crystals to the guard. When the fatty saw this, he exclaimed with a pained expression, damn it, if you have Xian crystals, you should have taken them out earlier. Why are you acting like a fool here? What a waste of this young master's precious time. Ling Xiao didn't lower himself to the fatty's level and strode into the city. As soon as he entered the city, Ling Xiao was shocked once again. The official road in the city was dozens of meters wide. It was the widest street he had ever seen. For such a large official road, the flow of people shouldn't appear to be so dense. However, the situation was exactly the opposite. On the official road, the martial warriors riding on all kinds of strange spirit beasts were constantly moving back and forth, causing the tens of meters wide official road to be filled with noise. Those high-level spirit beasts would occasionally let out provocative growls, while those low-level spirit beasts had no choice but to take the initiative to give way. Here, only those high-level martial warriors and spirit beasts could walk freely. Those who were not strong could only squeeze to the side. It was like going to a market, it was a bustling scene. On both sides of the official road, there were bejeweled jade palaces, dazzling shops, and luxurious restaurants. Just looking at the buildings here, it was countless times more luxurious than the Purple Heaven City and the Thousand Beast City. At the side, the Demon Emperor only glanced at it and said indifferently, in such a remote and backward place, it's rare to have such a small-scale bustling city. When Ling Xiao heard this, it was as if his heart had been ruthlessly stepped on, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. If this was only a small-scale bustling city, then wouldn't his hometown, Meteorite City, become a wild latrine pit? However, after comparing it, it was true that Meteorite City was just an isolated and backward place. For no reason, Ling Xiao sighed with emotion, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. This was indeed a famous saying. If he had been content with the status quo and stayed in Meteorite City or the Purple Heaven sect, how would he have discovered that the outside world was so colorful and prosperous? Then, Ling Xiao began to wander around Southern Sky City like a farmer entering the city. After all, finding the Heaven Gu divine art required opportunity, and it wasn't something that could be found in a day or two. Since he had already come here, he needed to get a good feel for the local customs and see if there was anything here that could surprise him. After walking for a long time, Ling Xiao found that he had only walked a third of the area of Southern Sky City. There were still many places that he had not visited. For no reason, he sighed, a big city is really not ordinary. Ling Xiao stopped and walked towards a restaurant. At this moment, the fatty that he had seen outside the city gate appeared not far away. He saw that this fatty also had quite a personality. He was actually riding a pig. A low-tier third stage spotted pig didn't have much attack power, and its speed was also the slowest among all the spirit beasts. Its biggest characteristic was that it could eat and sleep, and it was no different from an ordinary domestic pig. Ling Xiao found that the fatty and the spotted pig were a perfect match. The people at the side seemed to be very familiar with the fatty, and they kept smiling and greeting him. Brother, we meet again. It's really fate. Come, let's go up and have a drink. The fatty's eyes were sharp, and he actually saw through the crowd and immediately called out to Ling Xiao. Chapter 366. Ling Xiao looked at the two pigs walking over and felt disgusted for no reason. This guy was too outrageous. He already looked like a pig, but he didn't expect the spirit beast to have a pig as well. He was thoroughly impressed like the surging river. Ling Xiao ignored the fatty and entered the restaurant with the demon sovereign. The fatty was really thick-skinned. He kept the spotted pig and ran towards Ling Xiao with clumsy steps. "I say, brother, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." The fatty panted as he caught up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at him gasping for breath, and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. He had only run 2 steps and he was already so tired. How could he be a martial artist in the middle stage of mystic realm? I really don't know how he reached this realm. What's the matter? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Although this fatty looked harmless, he had to be careful when he was outside. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on if he was cheated by others. "I see that you're a talented man, distinguished, handsome, and dignified." The fatty said a series of flattering words to Ling Xiao. His words were very smooth as if he had already written them in his mind. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel smug from his words. He thought to himself, this fatty really has a discerning eye. At this moment, a martial artist came down from the restaurant and said to the fatty, "Fatty Wei, you're bluffing a newcomer again." Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He felt extremely uncomfortable. "Go to hell with you, 8th Hu. This young master is speaking from the bottom of my heart. There's not a single word of falsehood," the fatty said thickly. When he turned his head, he realized that Ling Xiao and the demon sovereign had already walked up to the 2nd floor. "Hey, brother, listen to me. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart," fatty exclaimed at Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost fell down the stairs. He couldn't help but curse, "F***CKU, you damn fatty. If you dare to say another word, this young master will hack you alive. Damn, you're really sincere. Do you think you're a peerless beauty? You're really a piece of glass," cursed Ling Xiao inside. Everyone in the restaurant laughed. Someone laughed and said, "Fatty Wei, you're too talented. You scared this young master away." Another person beside him laughed and said, "Isn't that right, Fatty Wei, you've been using this trick for too long. It's time to change it up." Another person said, "This Fatty Wei is not only thick-skinned, but his skin is also very thick. He's really not a normal person." Fatty said disdainfully, "I won't lower myself to your level." After saying that, he walked up to the 2nd floor. Then, he saw that Ling Xiao and the demon sovereign were sitting by the window. He actually had the face to walk over and say, "Brother, why are you rejecting me 1,000 miles away? This young master is sincere and wants to be friends with you. Tell him to scram." Ling Xiao frowned and said to the demon sovereign, "Hey, brother. Don't be like this." Fatty waved his hand and said. The demon emperor snorted indifferently and reached out with one hand. A black illusory palm flung Fatty out of the window. Then, he heard Fatty's exclamation, "Oh, my mother, I'm going to die." Ling Xiao shook his head and murmured, "My ears are finally at peace." Ling Xiao ordered 2 jugs of wine, 5 kilograms of spirit beast meat, and a few other side dishes, and began to drink with the demon sovereign. Although Ling Xiao was very wary of the demon sovereign, it didn't stop him from respecting his subordinates. Just as the 2 of them were halfway through their drinks, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. "It's a small world. Brother Ling, it's been a long time." An elegant and handsome young man with a white paper fan in his hand walked towards Ling Xiao with a gentle smile on his face. When Ling Xiao saw who it was, he immediately stood up and said in surprise, "Brother Xianyao. Why are you here?" The person who had come was actually Xianyao, who he had met twice before. Previously, Xianyao had participated in the selection of the priestess's husband in Guzhai City. Later on, when Ling Xiao returned to the Purple Heaven sect from Guzhai City, he met him by chance in Burning Earth City. The 2 of them had a feeling of being close to each other, as if they had been old friends for many years. Unfortunately, he was disturbed by the people of the Lao clan that day. After parting ways with Xianxia that day, he hadn't seen him for more than half a year. Xianxia closed his white paper fan and said with a smile, "I've been waiting here for Brother Ling for many days. The heavens do not disappoint those who are willing, and we've met today. Come, come. Let's drink to our heart's content first." Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao, and directly sat down opposite Ling Xiao. However, when he saw the demon emperor, the corner of his eyes twitched, and an imperceptible light flashed across his face. The demon emperor also felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at Xianxia. He couldn't tell what exactly was going on, but he was also on guard against Xianxia in his heart. Ling Xiao ordered another 2 pots of wine and asked Xianxia, "Brother Xianxia knew that I was coming here?" After drinking a cup of wine, Xianxia said with an unfathomable expression, "As a vassal, of course I have to return to my hometown to pay my respects to my ancestors." Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly. He could already hear the meaning behind Xianxia's words. Could it be that he already knew about Yun's physique and knew that I would definitely go south to search for the Heaven Gu divine art? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. Xianxia raised his cup and said, "Brother Ling, there's no need to worry. I'm not disgusted. It's just that I have some unorthodox methods that allowed me to find out that Brother Ling is going south, so I'm here to lend Brother Ling a hand." Ling Xiao and Xianxia clinked glasses, and after a sip, he said, "Brother Xianxia, can you help me?" Xianxia also took a sip of wine and looked at the demon emperor, but he didn't reply to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could only give the demon emperor a look, and the demon emperor tactfully retreated. "Brother Xianxia, you can speak now," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He faintly grew wary of Xianxia. The other party seemed to already know of his movements, but he knew nothing about him. He only felt that he had a good impression of Xianxia, but this was only a friendship between friends. It didn't mean that Xianxia was completely trustworthy. After all, there were quite a few people who knew how to disguise themselves and deceive others into trusting them. Xianxia said seriously, "I have some history with the high priestess, so the priestess should be my cousin." "What?" Ling Xiao was startled by Xianxia's words, and his hands trembled, almost dropping his wine cup. "Brother Ling, do you still have that fan of mine? There used to be a painting of the priestess. If I wasn't her cousin, do you think she would have let me paint for her?" Xianxia said seriously. Ling Xiao was already half convinced by Xianxia's words. He hadn't spent much time with the priestess, but he could completely understand that the priestess was definitely a cold and elegant woman that no one could get close to. And the fact that Xianxia was able to copy the priestess's painting meant that the priestess had allowed Xianxia to paint her of her own free will. Otherwise, with Xianxia's strength, he naturally wouldn't have been able to force the priestess to do so. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was even more convinced. "Then does Brother Xianxia know about my trip south this time?" Ling Xiao asked tentatively. Xianxia said lightly, "Heaven Gu body, Heaven Gu divine technique." This time, Ling Xiao completely understood. "Then should I call you cousin Xianxia?" Ling Xiao said faintly. "Of course." Xianxia slightly raised his head and replied proudly. "Don't even think about it," Ling Xiao said impatiently, and then asked, "Brother Xianxia, do you know the whereabouts of the Heaven Gu divine technique?" Xianxia shook his head, his face somewhat solemn. Ling Xiao said disappointedly, "Then how will you help me find the Heaven Gu divine technique?" "That will depend on your luck, and I will only play a supporting role from the side," Xianxia replied. The high priest spent more than 10 years and still couldn't find it. "I don't have much confidence in myself," Ling Xiao sighed. In the boundless world, fate follows fate. Some people may spend their entire lives searching for something that they can't achieve, but others can obtain it in an instant. This is the difference between those who have no fate and those who are fated, Xianxia said in a mysterious tone. Ling Xiao was at a loss as he listened. He ate a piece of meat and gulped down a mouthful of wine, saying, "Brother Xianyao, do you think I look like a fated person? If you are fated, then you will naturally be fated. If you are not fated, then you naturally can't force it. Fate comes and goes, and everything goes according to fate," Xianyao said mysteriously. Ling Xiao was a little defeated by Xianyao at this time. The hidden meaning in his words made him dizzy. "Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Since we have met today, let's drink to our heart's content," Ling Xiao said straightforwardly as he raised his cup. After 3 rounds of wine, Xianyao changed the topic, asking, "Who is that old servant beside you?" Ling Xiao didn't understand. "Brother Xianyao, what do you mean?" Ling Xiao didn't think that Xianyao knew Zhao Shuren, and it was even more impossible for him to sense the demon emperor's existence. Xianyao opened his white paper fan and gently waved it. "His killing intent is very strong, and the world is dangerous. I just want to remind you not to trust others so easily." Ling Zhao's opinion of Xianyao rose a notch. He hadn't expected that Xianyao would be able to sense the demon emperor's killing intent. "Brother Xianyao, don't worry. He's loyal to me, and he wouldn't dare do anything to me," Ling Xiao replied. "That's good." Xianyao didn't continue pestering him. He then said, "Let's go to the Dong family's auction tomorrow." "The Dong family's auction?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. "That's right. Nantian City is the Dong family's territory, and they're very powerful. They hold an auction once a month, but every time, there'll be a lot of good things. Even Earth sovereigns will fight for some of them," Xianyao replied with a nod. Ling Xiao recalled the group of people hurrying through the city gates calling out, "Miss Dong." They must be from the Dong family. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so unscrupulous. Ling Xiao nodded. "Since the auction is so powerful, of course we can't miss this opportunity." Afterwards, Ling Xiao asked Xianyao about the situation in Nantian City, and he paid more attention to why people could casually ride spirit beasts in and out of the city. After listening to Xianyao's explanation, Ling Xiao finally learned that this measure was specially approved by the Dong family. This was because many cities in the central region allowed martial artists to ride spirit beasts into the city. However, after entering the city, they had to take good care of their spirit beasts and avoid any major conflicts. Otherwise, they would definitely be obliterated. Ling Xiao finally understood, and he thought to himself, so this is how cities in the central region are managed as well. After drinking, Ling Xiao and Xianyao went to an inn near the Dong family's auction and stayed the night so that they could participate in the auction the next day. Chapter 367. The Dong family's auction house was located in the center of Nantian City, and the building was quite spacious. From afar, it looked like a luxurious and magnificent castle. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and several other mythological beasts were carved at the 4 corners of the jade building. It looked very magnificent. After getting closer, they found that the stone pillars and steps were carved out of 1,000-year-old jade, and there were even ancient spirit patterns engraved on them. The flat forehead directly above the door was carved out of 1,000-year-old ancient tree essence. The 3 words, "auction house," were obviously written by a great expert. They looked vigorous and powerful, and the strokes were like dragons and snakes. It was very extraordinary. This huge auction house could accommodate thousands of people, and everyone had to pay 50 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals to enter. Just the entrance fee alone was enough to stop many people in their tracks. Those who were able to enter were either rich and powerful cultivators or mercenaries. Ling Xiao walked in with the Demon Emperor and Xianyao. Looking at the warriors waiting at the door, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh, "This Dong family's auction house is really extraordinary." The Dong family's auction house is famous far and wide. Apart from the big sects in the northwest, the big families in the southern wasteland will also send people, Xianyao explained. He was obviously more familiar with the situation in Nantian City. Ling Xiao looked at the warriors in different clothes and believed Xianyao's words without a doubt. At this moment, a deafening roar of a tiger rang out, attracting everyone's attention. A majestic golden carriage pulled by two low-tier fourth-tier raging flame tigers sped over from afar, causing the bystanders to dodge and cry out in alarm. Damn, who's so arrogant? I was scared to death. Lower your voice, they're from the Wei family in the east of the city. No wonder they're so arrogant, they're from the Wei family. They come to the auction every month, and last month they auctioned off a blue tiger roar mysterious art. It's like adding wings to a tiger for their family. Exactly. Although the Wei family isn't as powerful as the Dong family, their strength can't be underestimated, and their wealth is only second to the Dong family. I heard that the Wei family is going to have a marriage alliance with the Dong family. Right, that fatty Wei is also from the Wei family, right? No matter how I look at him, he looks like a beggar, using a few Xian crystals to fool newcomers. It seems like he's a piece of trash, and the Wei family has already chased him out. They feel that he's a disgrace to the family. That's right, Fatty Wei and that pig are too compatible. The golden carriage pulled by two flaming tigers stopped dozens of meters in front of the auction house. An old servant walked out first, and then two young men around 25 years old walked out of the carriage. A young man dressed in a golden robe appeared. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He had a smile on his face, causing many women to be bewitched by his appearance. The other young man had fierce facial features. He had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He carried a pair of black giant axes on his back, giving him the air of a general. As soon as the two of them got off the carriage, they glanced arrogantly at the martial artists present. Then, they strode into the auction house with their servants. They were the eldest young master of the Wei clan, Wei Bufan, and the third young master, Wei Weihu. The Wei family is second only to the Dong family in Nantian City. They started out as a merchant, and their ability to amass wealth is even inferior to the Dong family, Xianyao said next to Ling Xiao. It's that damned fatty's family. Ling Xiao thought of the fatty from yesterday. He seemed to also have the surname Wei. The Wei family had just entered when another earth-shattering sound of an earthquake came from not far away. The ground seemed to be shaking to the point of cracking. He saw three giant elephants galloping over from afar. Their speed was shockingly fast. The passers-by dodged in panic again. When the three giant elephants approached, everyone could see that they were mid-stage fourth-stage silver-horned elephants. The silver-horned elephant was a spirit beast unique to the south. It was more than 5 meters tall, had a hooked nose, and had a shining silver horn on its forehead. 3 people sat on top of the silver-horned elephants. They were all in their 40s and had king-stage cultivation. They wore feathered hats, wore animal skins, and had scimitars hanging from their waists. They had some of the characteristics of beastmen tribes. They were barbarians from the southern wasteland, which was the closest to Nantian City. Just as the 3 barbarians were about to reach the auction house, a loud bird cry came from the sky. Screech! A high-stage fourth-stage multicolored divine bird swooped down from the sky, and waves of dazzling multicolored light shone. The surrounding third-stage spirit beasts seemed to have sensed the aura of a high-stage king. They all trembled in fear, and some even fell to the ground. The 3 silver-horned elephants were not afraid. They raised their heads to the sky and let out provocative hisses at the multicolored divine bird. The 3 barbarians sitting on the silver-horned elephants had grave expressions on their faces. The leading barbarian cupped his hands at the person on the multicolored divine bird and said, "Fairy Kai, since you're here, why not come down and enter with us?" The beautiful Taoist nun standing on the multicolored divine bird gently stroked Hong Fu and snorted coldly. "You 3 barbarians are not qualified to enter with me. Even if your barbarian king came, he would have to be courteous to me. After saying that, the beautiful Taoist nun's body was surrounded by a fiery divine light, and a tyrannical aura suppressed the three barbarians. The expressions of the three barbarians changed, and they let out muffled groans. Blood immediately flowed from the corners of their mouths. "Fairy Kai, don't go too far." The barbarian who spoke just now shouted loudly against the pressure. The beautiful Taoist nun said faintly, "This is just a lesson for you. Don't be so arrogant in the future." After saying that, she jumped down from the sky, and the multicolored divine bird followed her into her spirit beast wristband. Leaving a beautiful figure for the crowd, she entered the auction house. Only then did the three barbarians let out a sigh of relief. They jumped down from the elephant's back and walked into the auction house with extremely unhappy expressions. This Fairy Kai's strength is really terrifying. She can injure 3 king stage experts with just her pressure, Xianxia lightly praised. The stronger the person, the more beautiful the person. Ling Xiao concisely praised. Ling Xiao had always had an extremely low immunity towards mature women. The Taoist nun's extremely alluring figure, elegant temperament, and dignified bearing aroused the desire in his heart to possess her. This kind of feeling was something that he couldn't experience from women of the same age or younger than him. It was the same feeling he had when he first saw Wei Dai, or in Meteor City. "You're born with a fate of love affairs. I can see that between your eyebrows, there's a hint of black within the red. You should be facing a love affair in the near future. Fortunately, there's no danger, so there's no need to worry too much." Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao and lightly said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Are you sure I'll be facing a love affair?" Xianxia seriously nodded. "Hee, a love affair is a love affair. It seems that no matter how low-key this young master is, it's hard to hide my outstanding temperament. Those girls will throw themselves at me, it's really hard to refuse." Ling Xiao smiled proudly. "Don't talk nonsense. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Let's go, many people have already entered. If we don't go in now, there won't be any seats left," Xianxia said snappily. The three of them paid the Xian crystals and entered the auction house. They spent another 300 Xian crystals to reserve a small box and quietly waited for the auction to begin. A quarter of an hour later, the seats of the auction house were filled with people, and the auction finally began. An old man in his 60s walked out from the backstage and said in a clear voice, "The auction begins. According to the old rules, the highest bidder wins." He paused for a moment and then said, "The first item to be auctioned today is 10 low-rank 4th stage white mist flowers. Everyone should know its effect. It's very suitable for warriors with ice and water attributes. The starting price is 8,000 Xian crystals, and each increment must be no less than 100 Xian crystals." On the auction table, under the crystal cover, there were 10 milky white flowers. Waves of faint mist lingered around them, making them look extremely intelligent and extraordinary. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, someone immediately bid, 8,000 Xian crystals. As soon as that person finished his bid, someone called out, 8,200 low-grade mysterious crystals, 8,500 Xian crystals. Soon after the price rose to 13,000 Xian crystals, it was bought by one of them. The second item to be auctioned is 3 mid-rank 4th stage 6 golden silk leaves. The starting price is 15,000 Xian crystals, and the minimum increment must be no less than 500 Xian crystals, the auctioneer announced. Under the transparent cover, there were 3 golden leaves. There were 6 snake-like patterns on the leaves, which looked extremely strange. This was a metal attribute spirit grass. Every leaf could increase one's cultivation and comprehension of metal attribute spirit chi. After a round of bidding, the 3 leaves were sold for 45,000 Xian crystals. As time passed, the 11th item was quickly auctioned. It was a strange cinnabar fruit that emitted a white light. It was a light attribute spirit fruit, a high-rank 4th stage 3,000-year-old white mango. Light attribute spirit grass was extremely rare, and its value was also extremely high. The starting price was 50,000 Xian crystals, which was ridiculously expensive. It was really difficult for ordinary people to take out such a fortune. When Xianxia saw this white mango, he exclaimed excitedly, "I must get it." "You're of the light attribute?" Ling Xiao asked from the side. Xianxia didn't deny it. He nodded and replied, "That's right." During the auction, the price of the white mango was expensive, but there were still many people bidding. Very quickly, the price rose to 80,000 Xian crystals. In the end, Xianxia gritted his teeth and used 85,000 Xian crystals to buy the white mango. Ling Xiao was surprised that Xianxia was so rich. After all, Xianxia had only just entered the high spirit master level. It seemed that his background was definitely not low. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. The auction had already auctioned no less than 30 items, but Ling Xiao still hadn't made a move. The previous spirit grasses were indeed precious, but he also had a corresponding collection. Some of them weren't very useful to him at the moment. When it came to the 31st item, it was finally time for Ling Xiao to make a move. The item being auctioned was a mid-rank 5th stage spirit nourishing grass. This was a spirit grass that could expand one's sea of consciousness and increase one's spiritual power. It was also extremely useful for repairing one's soul. The starting price of the spirit nourishing grass was 70,000 Xian crystals. "Master, you must get it." The demon emperor impatiently transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Even without the demon emperor's words, Ling Xiao would still use all his strength to bid for it. After all, this kind of spirit grass that was effective for the sea of consciousness and the soul was rare. The bidding for the spirit nourishing grass began, and Ling Xiao immediately called out, 75,000 Xian crystals. He was determined to get the spirit nourishing grass. Chapter 368. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, another voice immediately came out, 76,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. This voice came from another box, and it was unknown who was bidding. If he bought things at the auction, there would definitely be people bidding. Ling Xiao was already prepared. After all, he had looted the collections of the 3 royal families. He was very rich. Could it be that he couldn't even buy a 5th-grade spirit herb? 80,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, Ling Xiao called out slowly. Then, 81,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, was heard from another private room. 82,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, 83,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. 90,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao really didn't want to wait for others to increase the price bit by bit. It was really painful to listen to it, so he added 7,000 low-grade mysterious crystals at once. Xianxia, who was at the side, was also surprised by Ling Xiao's bid. He just looked at Ling Xiao with a little doubt, but didn't ask anything. After Ling Xiao called out the price, there was a short period of silence. The auctioneer called out, 90,000 low-grade mysterious crystals going once. "Is there any higher grade?" At this time, a faint voice came from box number 6, 93,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. In box number 6 sat a dignified and gorgeous Daoist nun. Her expression was no longer as natural and rosy as when she was at the entrance of the auction. She didn't look very good, and her pale face made people feel pity for her. This Daoist nun's name was Kai Xiayue, and others gave her the name Kai Fairy. However, although she had a fairy-like face, her heart was not as kind and gentle as a fairy's. In private, everyone secretly called her Blood Azura. She was a famous rogue cultivator in the southern wasteland. Her strength had reached the peak of the king stage. Her methods were extremely strange and tough. Many men who had taken advantage of her were sent to hell. She was temperamental. Sometimes, she could kill people 3,000 miles away without the slightest bit of mercy. Sometimes, she couldn't even bear to kill an ant. No one knew when she would kill people, and no one knew when she would become a kind fairy. Right now, her soul was injured and she urgently needed the spirit-nurturing grass to heal her soul. Otherwise, if her injuries worsened, it would affect her cultivation level and even affect her future advancement. 95,000 lower-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao casually increased the price. At this moment, the announcement of 96,000 low-grade mysterious crystals came from room 10. Another box joined the bidding, 97,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The Daoist nun in compartment 6 increased the price by 98,000 low-grade mystic crystals. After a while, the spirit-nourishing grass was worth more than 110,000 Xian crystals. During this period, Ling Xiao did not bid even once. In the end, after Fairy Kai, who was in room 6, raised the price to 120,000, the other bidders didn't say anything else. This price had already far exceeded the price of the spirit-nourishing grass. Seeing that the auctioneer was about to make the final decision, the demon emperor behind Ling Xiao anxiously stood up. "Master." Before he could finish, Ling Xiao said indifferently, 150,000 low-grade Xian crystals. Just as he finished speaking, the people in the hall went into an uproar. This price far exceeded the value of the spirit-nourishing grass. Who the hell is in room 8? How could he be so awesome? I think he has so many Xian crystals. That might not be the case. Maybe the spirit-nourishing grass is of great use to him. The auctioneer lowered his voice and shouted, 150,000 low-grade Xian crystals, is there any higher bid? Fairy Kai, who was in room 8, was so pressured by the price that she almost couldn't breathe. She only had 130,000 low-grade Xian crystals on hand. Originally, she was determined to get it, but now, a Cheng Yao Jin had appeared, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. If she didn't get the spirit-nourishing grass today, then her situation would be terrible. After all, this kind of spirit grass was rare, and even in the Spirit Herbs Pavilion, she might not be able to find it. Damn it! Who the hell is making things difficult for me? Could it be those 3 barbarians? It doesn't sound like it. Fairy Kai gritted her teeth and said, her beautiful eyes emitting dense flames. There were no accidents, and the spirit-nourishing grass was auctioned off by Ling Xiao for 150,000 low-grade Xian crystals. When the hammer was finally hammered down, the demon emperor couldn't help but become slightly excited. To him, any spirit grass that could nourish the soul was extremely important. Even if he could devour other people's souls to recover his soul force, that kind of recovery method was mixed and impure, and was not as pure and perfect as absorbing spirit grass or pills. This was an important factor in whether or not he could return to his peak state. To Ling Xiao, this spirit-nourishing grass was equally important. Right now, he had completely comprehended the first stage of the spirit-controlling art, and if he wanted to reach the perfection realm, he could only rely on slowly cultivating and accumulating spirit liquid. When all of his knowledge was liquefied, he would reach the perfection realm. However, if he only relied on cultivating and accumulating spirit liquid, it might take several years or even more than 10 years. How could Ling Xiao afford to wait that long? He had already tasted the thrill of fighting higher realms with his spiritual force, and at the same time, it was also the true weapon he relied on to kill his enemies. Naturally, he wanted his spiritual force to reach the perfection realm as soon as possible. There was only one spirit-nourishing grass, and there was also a soul grass in his space ring. These 2 spirit grasses could double his spiritual force. Of course, he had also considered refining spirit-nourishing pills for the Demon Emperor, but the premise was that the Demon Emperor had to show enough loyalty, otherwise, he would never allow the Demon Emperor to recover so quickly. The Demon Emperor had devoured the remnant souls of the heaven-suppressing sect's land of inheritance, which had strengthened him to the point where he could devour the souls of Earth's sovereign realm masters. If he waited for the Demon Emperor to recover further, he might even be able to devour the souls of heavenly venerables. At that time, Ling Xiao wasn't confident that he could still control the Demon Emperor. The auction continued. The following items were all level 4 and level 5 Xian artifacts, as well as various green and blue ranked Xian skills. Ling Xiao had already obtained enough Xian artifacts and Xian skills from the heaven-suppressing sect in the secret realm, so he didn't participate in the bidding. However, his absence did not affect the excitement of the auction. Many families, rogue cultivators, and mercenaries all needed these Xian artifacts or Xian skills. Those who could enter the auction were all servants with considerable wealth. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here to join in the fun? Very quickly, half a day had passed, and the auction was nearing its end. However, it was also time for the auction's climax. The auctioneer drank a mouthful of sweet spring water to moisten his throat and said, "Next, we will enter the final stage of this auction, which is also this month's heavy launch of the best of the best. There are only 5 items left, so everyone must not miss this opportunity." Following that, he clapped his hands, and 2 profound realm maids carried a wooden chest out with both hands. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but stand up, wanting to see what was inside the wooden chest. I believe everyone is already impatient. I will announce that the first item is the Heavenly Lightning Beast. The auctioneer said. However, before the auctioneer finished speaking, someone excitedly exclaimed, "This! How could it be the Heavenly Lightning Beast?" That's right, how could such a small chest contain the Heavenly Lightning Beast? Furthermore, there's no sign of life at all. It could be that the young Heavenly Lightning Beast was sealed. It can't be the corpse of the Heavenly Lightning Beast, right? Everyone continuously guessed. Everyone, stop guessing. This is a Heavenly Lightning Beast egg. The auctioneer slightly smiled, then opened the wooden chest's lid, and a half-meter large beast egg appeared in front of them. This half-meter large beast egg was emitting traces of purple lightning, and there were already some cracks on the egg's body. It seemed to be a very mature beast egg. Heavens! This really is a Heavenly Lightning Beast egg. It looks like it will definitely break out of the shell in less than 3 days. That's right, who is so powerful that they can even get a rank 6 Heavenly Lightning Beast egg? This is too heaven-defying. I wonder what the auction price is. No matter how big it is, it's worth auctioning. In the future, if we nurture it, it can definitely grow into a rank 6 high-grade spirit beast. Hurry up and tell me the starting price. This beast egg is mine. Who does your Lan family think you are? This beast egg is ours. The auction price had not yet been announced, but the hall had already begun to quarrel. Xian Yao, who was in the 8th box, said, "If a thunder attribute martial artist obtains this egg, it will be like adding wings to a tiger." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, "That's right. However, although it is a high-grade spirit beast, it will take at least 100 years for it to mature." In the hall, the auctioneer finally revealed the starting price of 250,000. This price was currently the highest starting price of all the items in the auction. As soon as the price was announced, many of the people who were clamoring for it had already become weak. 250,000 low-grade profound crystals, this was not something that just anyone could take out. However, there were still a lot of people who could participate in this kind of auction. A middle-aged man in the front row of the hall was the first to bid, 250,000 low-grade profound crystals. Following that, others also participated in the auction. Some of the smaller families also gritted their teeth and joined in. The Heavenly Lightning Beast was a high-grade attack-type spirit beast that could advance to rank 6 or even rank 7. If they could raise such a high-grade spirit beast, it would be enough for any small family to squeeze into the ranks of the big families. In less than a quarter of an hour, the price had already risen to 300,000 low-grade profound crystals. At this time, a loud and arrogant voice came from the 3rd box, "My Wei family bids 320,000 low-grade profound crystals." In the 3rd box were the 2 brothers, Wei Bufan and Wei Weihu, from the 2nd family of Nantian City. The one who had just bid was Wei Weihu, and it seemed that he was determined to win. Otherwise, he would not have brought it out of his house. "Third brother, let's keep a low profile," Wei Bufan said to Wei Weihu. Wei Weihu smiled, "Big brother, didn't I buy it for you and give it to Miss Dong?" Thank you," Wei Bufan replied with a faint smile. Although the Wei family had brought it out of their house, there were still many young powers who did not fear the Wei family. From the 7th box, a bidding voice came out, 330,000 low-grade profound crystals. In the 10th box, someone also called out, 340,000 low-grade profound crystals. Right now, the people who participated in the bidding were all from the big powers in the boxes. In the hall, there was only one person whose entire body was covered by a cloak, and his face could not be seen, who was participating in the bidding. Very quickly, the price of the heavenly lightning beast egg was raised to a high price of 500,000. Chapter 369. 500,000 low-grade Xian crystals was the highest price in the auction so far, and it was bid by the Wei family. Everyone thought that the Thunder Beast egg would belong to the Wei family. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from the first room, 550,000 low-grade Xian crystals. Hearing this voice, the auctioneer below the auction house smiled helplessly. Wei Weihu, who was in the third room, exclaimed, "Why did Miss Dong also participate in the bidding? Doesn't she know that Big Brother is auctioning this Thunder Beast egg for her?" Wei Bufan smiled bitterly and said, "She always knew my feelings, but she never appreciated it. How about I go over and tell her to let Big Brother bid for it?" "There's no need to let her spend so much money," Wei Weihu reminded. Wei Bufan waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let her go." No one else increased the bid after room number 1 made its first bid. Everyone knew that the first room belonged to the Dong family, and the one in the room must be the 7th miss of the Dong family. It was said that this 7th miss of the Dong family was a domineering and unruly person who held a grudge. If she didn't like someone, that person would definitely be in big trouble. If someone dared to bid against her now, she would definitely not let them go. The reason why she participated in the auction was because the seller who brought the egg to the Dong family's auction was unwilling to sell it to the Dong family in private. Of course, the Dong family couldn't force him, otherwise, it would ruin their reputation, so they could only participate in the auction through the formal procedures. After the first item was auctioned, the auctioneer introduced the second item. The second item was a spirit sword. The hilt of the sword was like a dragon, and the body of the sword was extremely large. The sword's tip was sharp, and it exuded a strong earth-yellow aura. It was as if an earth attribute spirit beast could be seen roaring. The first impression this spirit sword gave people was that it was full of domineering aura, making people think of a powerful martial artist who looked down on the world when using it. In the 6th room, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good spirit weapon, what a pity." He liked this kind of domineering huge sword, which looked cool when using it. "Why do you say that it's good, but also that it's a pity?" Xianyao asked in confusion. "I say it's good because its shape is the type I like. It's a pity that it's an earth attribute sword, so I can't use it. If it falls into someone else's hands, it'll definitely be like a pearl being deceived. It won't be able to display its power at all, nor will it be able to display its value," Ling Xiao said seriously. Hearing this, Xianyao couldn't help but roll his eyes and curse in his heart, "This guy's skin is really thick." A low-rank brilliant sword, the starting price is 500,000 low-rank mysterious crystals, and the minimum increment is no less than 10,000 low-rank mysterious crystals, the auctioneer said in a clear voice. As soon as the spiritual weapon appeared, everyone was once again in an uproar. Whether it was in the northwest or the southern wasteland, spirit tools were extremely rare. Possessing a spirit artifact was equivalent to having half an Earth Monarch rank expert overseeing the battle, and it would absolutely not be difficult for them to surmount realms and kill others. 510,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. 520,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. 550,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The price continued to rise, and soon it reached 700,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. My Wei family bid 750,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Wei Weihu, who was in one of the 3 boxes, called out again. "We must get this spiritual weapon no matter what," Wei Bufan said with a resolute look in his eyes. "I understand, big brother. I will definitely get it at all costs," Wei Weihu nodded heavily. 760,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The 4th box, which had been quiet all this time, also participated in the bidding. In the 4th room was another large family in Nantian City, the Kai family. Their strength was comparable to the Wei family, but they were much weaker than the Wei family in terms of wealth, which was why they were ranked 3rd in the Nantian family. In this box was a young man who was less than 30 years old, and a middle-aged king-level servant. The young man's name was Kai Zhen, and he was the eldest son of the Kai family's patriarch. He was the future successor of the Kai family, and he cultivated earth attribute spiritual power. He was already half a step away from the king level, and he only needed to further control his spiritual power. Once he accumulated enough power, he would naturally enter the king level. The middle-aged king-level servant bowed slightly and said, "Young master, this time the old patriarch said that you can use as much as you want within the limit of 1 million. Kai Zhen nodded slightly and said, "The Wei family has an elder of the previous generation who seems to cultivate the earth attribute. If we want to get it, we will probably have to spend a lot of money." The middle-aged king-level servant hesitated for a moment and said, "I still have 200,000 low-grade mysterious crystals here." "Huh, good Uncle Hua. If we can really get it, when we return to the family, I will definitely get someone to return double the amount to you," Kai Zhen said with a smile. At this time, the price of the spiritual sword had already reached 850,000 gold coins. Among the 10 boxes, except for 2 or 3 boxes that didn't participate in the bidding, the rest all participated in the bidding. In box number 10, 3 strangely dressed barbarians were also eager to get the spiritual sword. A barbarian sitting on the left said to the barbarian sitting in the middle, "Big brother, if we get this spiritual sword, we don't have to bid for that blood shura bitch." The barbarian on the right said with a sinister smile, "With the spiritual sword in hand, we must enjoy ourselves after we catch that blood shura, and let her know the power of us 3 brothers." The barbarian in the middle said faintly, "This time we have a total of 1,500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Just now we have spent 250,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, and now we only have 1,250,000 low-grade mysterious crystals left. I am afraid it will not be easy to get it." As soon as these words came out, the other 2 barbarians' expressions became listless. In the end, after a fierce bidding, the Wei family bought the brilliant sword for 1,500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. In box number 6, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, as expected of a famous big city. "Today has really broadened my horizons. In the future, I must also become the master of a region, so that my Ling family can also support an even bigger auction than this." Next, the 3rd item was actually a 5,000-year-old stalactite milk. Its effect was the same as the 10,000-year-old stone milk, but its effect was much worse than the 10,000-year-old stone milk. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not even worth mentioning. However, such a small bottle of stalactite milk was also sold for 1,200,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. It was bought by the 3 barbarians. This almost made Ling Xiao bite his tongue in shock. Such a small bottle was actually so valuable, and he once had a pool of even better mysterious crystals in front of him, but only 30 bottles were filled, and the rest had been absorbed by Lu Wang. Prodigal, super prodigal, damn it, all those who follow me are prodigal brats. Ling Xiao had a pained expression. Seeing Ling Xiao's ugly expression, Xianyao sighed for no reason. this 5,000-year-old stalactite milk has the effect of washing the marrow and opening the meridians. Even an Earth Emperor stage expert would be jealous. Unfortunately, it's too expensive. I can't buy it even if I wanted to. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression darkened even more. The fourth item continued to be introduced. It was 2 mid-tier 6th level fire attribute spirit grass, flame-burning grass. These 2 spirit grass were crimson in color, and a few leaves were like burning flames. They looked extremely lively and enchanting. They were the best quality spirit grass of the fire attribute. It was even more precious to blacksmiths and alchemists. Because consuming it could condense a bit of innate flame, multiplying the power of one's own flame. It was an excellent spirit grass that blacksmiths and alchemists dreamed of. The starting price of these 2 flame-burning grass was not lower than the other 3 items. In the end, it was sold for a shocking price of 1,100,000. It was obtained from the auction by the man with the hood over his head. There was no one else in the hall who could bid such a high price. After all, people with such wealth would usually choose a private room. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract the attention of others. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "All right, now we're entering the final moments." At this time, the people in the hall began to clamor again. They all knew that, according to the usual practice, the finale would definitely be the high-level medicinal pills refined by the Dong family's 5th-level alchemist. Every time a medicinal pill was auctioned, several bottles would be bundled together, and there was no lack of 4th or 5th-level medicinal pills like the King Initiation Pill, King Advancement Pill, or King Zenith Pill. However, this time, it had exceeded their expectations. This time, it wasn't a medicinal pill, but a bottle of blood. To be exact, it was a bottle of essence blood, the essence blood of a 7th-level flood dragon. This bottle of essence blood was obtained by a mercenary group when they ventured deep into the barren land. They encountered an injured flood dragon and obtained this bottle of essence blood by chance. After appraisal, it was found that this bottle of essence blood has an extremely pure bloodline. Refining this bottle of essence blood can help one obtain a top-level physical body, and it is even possible for one to comprehend the flood dragon's tenbin magic, the auctioneer explained. Generally speaking, only the essence blood of high-level spirit beasts could improve one's physical body's defensive ability. If the bloodline was pure, and the spirit beast possessed the tenbin magic, then the refiner would have a certain chance of comprehending the tenbin magic. Not every high-level spirit beast possessed the tenbin magic. Only spirit beasts with the bloodline of divine beasts or the bloodline of ancient beasts possessed the tenbin magic. As for the essence blood of the flood dragon in front of them, it belonged to a branch of the divine dragon. Some flood dragons with a thick bloodline possessed the tenbin magic, but some flood dragons with a thin bloodline didn't possess the tenbin magic. Although this bottle of essence blood had been appraised, who knew whether it was true or not? The starting bid for this bottle of essence blood was also set at 500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Regardless of whether one could comprehend the tenbin divine might of the flood dragon, just the powerful physical body that could be refined was worth this price. Looking at the bottle of essence blood, Ling Xiao almost cried out in surprise. Ever since the Demon Emperor had told him that the Vajra 5 transformation technique he cultivated was actually the ancient Emperor divine technique of the Kim people, one could only cultivate it if one had the royal bloodline of the Kim people. Previously, he had unknowingly absorbed the 10,000 years stone emulsion, which should have contained the essence blood of the purple flood dragon, which allowed him to cultivate dragon chi. Therefore, he felt that if he could absorb the true bloodline of dragons, he might be able to cultivate dragon chi and strengthen his defense. Now that this bottle of essence blood had appeared, Ling Xiao's blood boiled. He had made up his mind that no matter the price, he must obtain this bottle of essence blood. When he refined this bottle of essence blood, he would be able to verify whether his thoughts were correct or not. Chapter 370. As soon as the auctioneer called for the start, Ling Xiao immediately called out a price, 550,000 low-grade profound crystals. Xianyao, who was beside Ling Xiao, was shocked. "Brother Ling, are you really going to bid for this flood dragon blood essence?" "Of course, I need it," Ling Xiao said with certainty. Xianyao looked at Ling Xiao seriously again, and said in agreement, "So Brother Ling already has the dragon's grace, no wonder." "No wonder." "Hey, don't make it sound like a fraud. Do you know why I need this blood essence?" Ling Xiao said. Xianyao shook his head and said, "I know a little about observing people. Now that I see that Brother Ling is like a swimming dragon, there will be a time when the dragon soars into the sky. It seems that this blood essence belongs to Brother Ling." Ling Xiao looked at Xianyao snappily and said, "You really think you're a peerless fraud?" However, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart. This fraud does have some ability, to actually be able to see that this young master has a time when the dragon soars into the sky. This young master is worthy of being called a dragon among men, his charm is unstoppable. In the sixth box, Fairy Kai's expression was extremely ugly. She muttered, "You actually dare to steal my spirit-nourishing grass, I will let you know the consequences of offending this fairy." When the price of the blood essence reached 900,000 low-grade profound crystals, the number of people bidding became fewer and fewer. After all, it was unknown if this blood essence could comprehend the flood dragon's Tenbin divine ability, so not many people dared to pay a high price to see it. The smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider and wider, as if he could already see the blood essence in his hands. Unexpectedly, a bid came from the sixth box, 910,000 low-grade profound crystals. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but quickly followed up with a bid, 920,000 low-grade profound crystals, 930,000 low-grade profound crystals, 940,000 low-grade profound crystals, 950,000 low-grade profound crystals. No matter how much Ling Xiao added, Fairy Kai would add another 10,000. Now, only the two of them and the Wei family were left bidding. This woman's voice is so familiar. She actually dares to snatch something from me, said Ling Xiao somewhat angrily. Who told you to steal my spirit-nourishing grass? I'm just trying to pick a fight with you. At this time, Wei Weihu raised the price to 1 million. This time, Ling Xiao did not raise the price. He wanted to see if the woman in room 6 would continue to raise the price. However, he didn't say anything, and the woman in booth number 6 didn't say anything either. 1 million going once, 1 million going twice, anyone else? The auctioneer shouted. 1,010,000 lower rank mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao quickly increased the price. However, a voice rang out from booth number 6 again, 1,020,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Damn it, this woman is really trying to pick a fight with me. Ling Xiao cursed angrily. Wei Bufan's expression turned unsightly as he sat in room 3. Wei Weihu asked, "Big brother, do you still want to follow up?" Wei Bufan said indifferently, "The highest price is 1,100,000. Wei Weiwu nodded and continued to raise the price. Wei Bufan also urgently needed this bottle of blood essence because he cultivated the Dragon Tiger 9 transformations mysterious art. If he could absorb the dragon's bloodline essence and cultivate with it, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Even so, Wei Bufan knew his limits. If he waited for a higher price for this bottle of blood essence, it wouldn't be worth it. Booth number 6 was clearly competing with booth number 8, and he didn't want to get involved. In any case, no matter who obtained it in the end, he could still obtain it through other channels. Wei Weiwu called out 1,100,000, but Ling Xiao didn't immediately bid. Instead, he chose to ponder for a moment. As expected, booth number 6 became silent again. Ling Xiao smiled and said to himself, "Since you want to play, I'll play with you. 1 million low-grade mysterious crystals and 5,000 mid-grade mysterious crystals. If you can bid higher than this, I'll withdraw." said Ling Xiao. A piece of mid-grade mysterious crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao's bid was equivalent to 1,500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The number of low-grade mysterious crystals he had plundered from the 3 emperors added up to 1 million or so. Just now, he had spent more than 100,000, so he could only raise the price with mid-grade mysterious crystals. He suddenly increased the price by 400,000, and at the same time, he threatened that he wouldn't accept anyone who surpassed him. His goal was to intimidate the woman in booth number 6. He was sure that the woman was definitely not after the blood essence. He had already bid such a high price, so if the woman still dared to raise the price, he could only give up. Wei Weihu, who was in booth number 3, cursed in a low voice, "Who's in booth number 8? What a madman! He actually spent such a high price for a few drops of blood essence." Wei Bufan narrowed his eyes, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his face as he said, "I want him to have the money to buy it, but he won't have the life to spend it." Fairy Kai, who was in booth number 6, also sneered, "What a big fat sheep. Not only do I want you to give me my spirit-nourishing grass, I also want you to clean yourself up and let you know the consequences of offending me, Fairy Kai." Fairy Kai didn't dare to raise the price anymore. She must have achieved the effect she wanted. Xian Yao, who was in booth number 8, gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up and said, "I didn't expect Brother Ling to be so rich. From now on, I'll rely on you." "Alright, since I'm still lacking a book boy, you might as well be half a book boy for me." Ling Xiao joked. "Screw you, I'm the #1 divine fortune teller in the celestial sect of wonders. How can I arrange such a low status? At the very least, you should arrange for me to be an advisor." Xian Yao chuckled. The auction was over. Ling Xiao had used up almost all of his low-grade mysterious crystals to buy a mid-grade rank 5 spirit grass and a bottle of blood essence. He had always thought that he was rich, but now he realized that he was so poor that he was sore. "Looks like if there's a chance, I'll have to take something out to sell." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the booth, Xian Yao pinched his fingers and frowned. "Your peach blossom tribulation is coming." Ling Xiao kicked Xian Yao and said, "Bah, I said you were a fraud and you took it for real." "Believe it or not, we'll know once we leave the auction," Xian Yao said mysteriously. Ling Xiao also pinched his fingers like Xian Yao and said with a smile, "It should be peach blossom luck, not peach blossom tribulation." "Brother, your realm is not as high as mine." Xian Yao smiled and didn't reply. The 3 of them walked out of the booth and immediately felt a few strange divine lights. Could it be that this guy really predicted it? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. As soon as the 3 of them left the auction, the Demon Emperor sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao, "Someone is following us." Ling Xiao replied without batting an eyelid and continued walking forward. After the 3 of them left the auction, a loud and clear bird cry rang out. A 5-colored divine bird appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao and the other 2. A beautiful Daoist nun held a red horsetail whisk in her hand and looked down at Ling Xiao and the other 2 coldly. Ling Xiao looked up and cupped his hands towards the Daoist nun. "I wonder what advice this fairy has for us." He thought to himself, could it be that this Daoist nun has taken a fancy to this young master? What should I do? This young master isn't mentally prepared yet. If she wants to use force, I can only force myself. I'll just have to make do. Fairy Kai interrupted Ling Xiao's wild thoughts and said, "It's you. Hand over the spirit-nourishing grass and I'll spare your life. If you resist, you'll have to bear the consequences." This. In broad daylight, are you sure you want to rob me? Ling Xiao asked with a serious expression. He cursed inwardly, that jinx really hit the nail on the head. Cut the crap. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue and hand over the spirit-nourishing grass, Fairy Kai said impatiently as she lightly brushed her red horsetail whisk. At this time, the people who had just come from the auction as well as the nearby cultivators all hid far away to watch the show. So that's Fairy Kai. She's as beautiful as a fairy and flirtatious. Keep your voice down. She's the famous Blood Azura. If you anger her, you won't even know what happened to you. Looks like that kid was in the 8th box just now. He actually dared to bid against Blood Azura. He's courting death. Look, the Wei family has also gone over. There's going to be a good show to watch. 2 low-tier 4th level flaming tigers pulled a golden carriage over to where Ling Xiao and the others were. 2 youths around the age of 25 walked out. Fairy Kai glared at the Wei brothers and said, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The old servant next to the Wei brothers snorted. "Blood Azura, how dare you? Don't tell me that the Wei family is afraid of you." With that, a powerful aura rose from the old servant and he flew into the air to confront Fairy Kai. This old servant was obviously at the high-level king level, so he wasn't afraid of Fairy Kai at all. Wei Bufan cupped his hands towards Fairy Kai and said, "Welcome, Fairy Kai. I only want the blood essence of the flood dragon. Please give it to me." Fairy Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, the blood essence is yours. I only want the spirit-nourishing grass." Ling Xiao said weakly, "Hey, you guys don't even put me in your eyes. How could you do such an evil thing in broad daylight? Don't tell me you're not afraid of being punished by the heavens?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding people roared with laughter. In Nantian City, the strongest fist was the last word. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, didn't kill people in public, and didn't break the order here, the Dong family wouldn't care. Wei Weihu pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Hurry up and give the spirit-nourishing grass to Fairy Kai and then offer up your blood essence. Then I'll spare your dog lives. Otherwise, you're pushing it too far. What you're doing is no different from a thief. I'm beautiful, I'm pure, I'm honest." Ling Xiao spoke as if he had been wronged. His eyes looked as if they were about to burst into tears. When the people around them heard this, they all felt like vomiting. Was this guy really an idiot or just too narcissistic? He actually dared to joke in this kind of situation. Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, Fairy Kai couldn't help but shout, "Shut up. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you. Did you hear that? Hurry up and hand it over, or else I'll turn you into a pig head that everyone loves," Wei Weihu shouted impatiently. Heavens! Heroes, do you have the heart to let them bully a pure and honest youth like me? Is there still justice in this world? Ling Xiao wailed. Xianyao, who was standing to the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Ling Xiao's actions. "You damned fool, forcing me to use force." Wei Weihu couldn't help but attack. Chapter 371. Third Young Master, don't be angry. Let this old servant help you deal with him. The old servant who had been fighting against Fairy Kai stood up and stopped Wei Weihu. "No need to trouble uncle. A brat who's still wet behind the ears isn't worth it for you to do anything." Wei Weihu clenched his fists and revealed a murderous aura. Wei Weihu was a peak intermediate spirit master and a famous cultivation genius in Nantian City. He was brave and battle-hungry, and there were few in the younger generation who could match him. "Third Young Master, an outsider isn't worth dirtying your hands." "I think it's better if I do it," advised the old servant. Ling Xiao suppressed his aura, but the old servant's realm was 2 levels higher than Ling Xiao's. He could naturally see that Ling Xiao's true strength was already at the low king level. Wei Weihu was only an intermediate spirit master, so how could he fight against him? The old servant could crush him with a single hand. Wei Weihu didn't understand the old servant's painstaking efforts and impatiently shouted, "Uncle, get out of the way. This young master hasn't abused anyone in a long time. It's just the right time to use him. The old servant revealed an anxious expression and looked at Wei Bufan for help. Wei Bufan said, "Third brother, come back and let uncle handle this." 3 breaths have passed. Die. The aura of Kai Xianxia, who was standing on top of the 5-colored divine bird, became slightly chaotic. She could not wait any longer, she had to snatch the soul-nourishing grass as soon as possible. She shouted, and the rainbow divine bird flew toward Ling Xiao. Waves of multicolored light blossomed toward Ling Xiao. The multicolored light was resplendent, and the attack was imposing. It was clear that Fairy Kai's killing intent had been aroused. Motherf *Ker, you really are trying to steal a handsome man. Although this young master is handsome and charismatic, don't be in such a hurry to throw yourself into my arms. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry as he used Cloud Phantom to dodge. At this time, the Wei family's old servant also charged toward Ling Xiao. An incomparably sharp palm shadow slapped over with a whooshing sound. Just as the old servant was about to slap Ling Xiao's back, a strong wrist grabbed the old servant's hand and stopped him. Crack! Ah! The old servant didn't know what was going on, but the sound of bones breaking rang out. The hand he used to slap Ling Xiao was instantly broken, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. You want to make a move against my master? You overestimate yourself. The demon emperor sneered and kicked the old servant's lower abdomen. The old servant was sent flying like a dead dog and fell to the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In an instant, everyone shuddered in fear. Everyone thought that the 3 of them were just soft sieves that could be pinched at will, but now it was the opposite. It was clear who was the fool. The Wei brothers shivered and looked at the old servant who couldn't get up. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Who are you people? How dare you kill someone from my Wei family? Wei Weihu gathered his courage and said to the demon emperor. Their Wei clan had a monarch realm expert, so they weren't necessarily afraid of the other party. The demon emperor glanced coldly at the Wei brothers. Those bloodthirsty and gloomy eyes seemed like a devil from the 9th level of hell, and they caused others to shiver in fear. The Wei brothers felt as if they'd been thrown into a cold cellar as soon as they met that gaze, and despair arose from the bottom of their hearts. It was like they could see mountains of bones in hell, and those devils that had fallen into pools of blood and struggled. It was an extremely sinister and terrifying sight. Suddenly, Wei Bufan's eyes lit up, and he instantly recovered his sobriety. He shouted, "External devil, don't disturb my heart." The aura of a half-step monarch realm expert shot into the sky, and the faint image of a dragon and tiger appeared behind him. It was a rather extraordinary sight. After that, he forcefully slapped Wei Weihu. "Third brother, wake up." Wei Weihu only returned to his senses after being shouted at like this, and his face was still dripping with cold sweat. Too terrifying. He's simply a devil. Wei Weihu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The demon emperor couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Wei Bufan. He thought to himself, his temperament isn't bad. He has a good chance of becoming an emperor. On the other side, Fairy Kai hadn't noticed the demon emperor's killing spree. She was still urging the 5-colored divine bird to attack Ling Xiao and seize the spirit-nourishing grass. The demon emperor had long since received a message from Ling Xiao that he didn't need to interfere with his battle. He wanted to properly play with this beautiful Daoist nun. The 5-colored divine bird flapped its wings, and waves of multicolored light shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cried out as he quickly dodged, "Fairy, you can't bully an honest person like me. Hurry up and hand over the spirit-nourishing grass, or else I'll take your life." Fairy Kai's expression gradually turned pale. She was already on the verge of being unable to suppress her injuries. "All right, since you want it, then I'll give it to you." Ling Xiao smiled. He soared into the air, no longer choosing to dodge. Instead, he directly charged at the man and bird. "You overestimate yourself. Kill him for me." Fairy Kai had already lost her patience. She coldly snorted and commanded the five-colored divine bird to attack. The five-colored divine bird let out a cry, and a ray of divine light shot out from its sharp beak. At the same time, it flapped its wings, and two wings shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hadn't expected the five-colored divine bird to be able to surround and attack him. He instantly condensed a blue netherworld protection force and unleashed an earth-shattering attack to block the divine light. The people who were hiding far away looked up at the sky with ease, as if they weren't afraid of being injured at all. Who is that young man? He's actually able to contend against Fairy Kai's mount. No wonder he dared to tease her. That young man looks unfamiliar, so he should be from somewhere else. Just now, that servant of his actually crippled the Wei family's chief servant with a single move. That's a high-level king. That young man's background must be extraordinary. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Wei family won't let this matter rest. Stop arguing and just watch the show. Look at Fairy Kai's slender waist and plump breasts. Being a Daoist nun is really a big loss. Xianxia looked up at the battle in the sky and sighed. This kid's cultivation speed is really godly. After leaving Burning Earth City in a hurry, he's already jumped 2 ranks and become a king. He truly is worthy of being the son of heaven that I can assist. Fairy Kai, your divine bird can't do it. If you don't attack, then I'm going to leave. Ling Xiao had the netherworld protection force condensed from the demon blue flame, so the five-colored divine bird's divine light didn't cause much damage to him. The five-colored divine bird understood people's intentions. When it saw that Ling Xiao was looking down on it, all of its ferocity was aroused. It directly gave up on its elemental attack and transformed into a shadow that pecked at Ling Xiao. The five-colored divine bird's speed wasn't just for show, and it could even compete with an Earth sovereign. This was also Fairy Kai's guarantee of survival when she encountered danger. Ling Xiao was caught off guard and hadn't expected it to be so fast. In an instant, it had pecked at his chest. However, everyone thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. Who knew that when the five-colored divine bird was just half a meter away from Ling Xiao, a scorching blue flame attacked it. Screech! The five-colored divine bird let out a miserable screech and instantly changed its direction, flying up into the sky. Little feather, what's wrong? Hurry up and kill him. Fairy Kai hurriedly called out to the five-colored divine bird. Master, that won't do. His blue flame is too terrifying. As long as you touch it, you'll definitely be burned to ashes, the five-colored divine bird replied. Useless fellow, let me personally finish him off, Fairy Kai cursed. She jumped off the five-colored divine bird and charged towards Ling Xiao. Fairy Kai was a high-stage king, and her attack speed was extremely fast. Her attack power could only be described as terrifying. The red horsetail whip in her hand swept out rays of dazzling golden spiritual energy that shot towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Ling Xiaofeng activated his attribute and dodged Fairy Kai's attack, leaving behind a series of afterimages in midair. He didn't forget to ridicule her as he turned around and said, Fairy Kai, we're all refined people. Why must we use weapons? Looking at the beautiful Daoist nun in front of him, that mature charm, that flirtatious expression, that full and exquisite figure, all of them created a great temptation for Ling Xiao. Ever since the last time he had enjoyed the pleasures of the human world with Ji Beixin in the Purple Sky sect, Ling Xiao had not touched a woman for almost half a year. At this moment, the boiling blood in his body was attracted by the beauty in front of him to the point of erupting. Fuck, if this continues, I'll forcefully push you down. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was slightly distracted, Fairy Kai swallowed a spirit-increasing pill. Her speed increased by 2 or 3 times, and she instantly arrived 2 meters in front of Ling Xiao. By the time Ling Xiao recovered, the red horsetail whip in Fairy Kai's hand had already swept out. The red horsetail whip seemed to be able to extend infinitely, and it shot towards Ling Xiao to bind him. Crap! Ling Xiao cried out. He wanted to break free, but he was tightly bound by the red horsetail whip, and his skin began to bleed. Humph, my red horsetail whip is refined from thousands of years old golden silk. Even a monarch stage cultivator can't break it. Fairy Kai coldly snorted. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of blood on her face. She looked as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, and she was frighteningly pale. Since you're not willing to hand over the spirit-nourishing grass, then I can only kill you. Fairy Kai's eyes flashed with determination as she spoke. She exerted force in her hand, wanting to fold Ling Xiao into several pieces. Fairy Kai, you're too ruthless. Ling Xiao withdrew his mocking expression, and a blue flame began to spread around his body. The red horsetail whip refined from golden silk was unexpectedly burned, and not even a speck of dust was left. What? This? How is this possible? Fairy Kai's jade-like mouth was wide open as she cried out in alarm. Nothing is impossible, Ling Xiao said indifferently, and then continued, since you want to kill me, if I don't teach you a lesson, how can I face myself? After saying this, an afterimage remained in place, and his real body had already arrived in front of Fairy Kai. So fast. Fairy Kai was moved again. Just as she was about to retreat, the firm area in front of her chest was actually grabbed. So big and soft. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and exclaimed inwardly. His hands even gently pinched it a few times. Shameless pervert. Fairy Kai's body went limp, but she was still able to maintain her rationality. She screamed and fiercely slapped her palm towards Ling Xiao's face. Ah! Ling Xiao was caught off guard and his body was sent flying. The bridge of his nose was in pain from the slap, and the burning sensation caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream. 2 streams of red horsetail whip flew out. Pervert, I'll take your dog life in the future. Fairy Kai's entire body swayed slightly. She loudly cursed at the fallen Ling Xiao and quickly flew towards the rainbow divine bird. Finally, the rainbow divine bird carried her and disappeared into the horizon. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.